Suppliers, then medium-term loans from the Japanese Exim Bank, reaching deferred payments agreements, and accepting foreign currency deposits at competitive interest rates in the offices of its banks abroad. At the same time, it sold abroad an estimated 12 to 24 tons of gold in late 1975 and early 1976. In early 1977, some 80 tons of gold were sold. For 1976, China's cumulative foreign debt was estimated to be US $1.3 billion, or 23% of hard currency exports. In sum, the rate of growth of industrial output has been rapid, possibly as rapid as that of the Soviet Union in the first two 5-year plans, 10 to 14% per year. In the 1970s, it has been less impressive but still substantial, although below rates achieved, for example, in Taiwan, Thailand, South Korea and Malaysia. Over the whole period since 1949, the structure of China's product has been shifted so that perhaps half or more of China's national product now comes from industry. The effort has been sustained over a quarter of a century, a period comparable to that in the Soviet Union between 1928 and 1951. But the social transformation of the Soviet Union that took place in those years has scarcely begun in China. By the criterion of employment as opposed to value of output, matters have not changed radically since 1952. Then as now, about 75% of the labor force was employed in agriculture, in the main at very low levels of productivity and austere living standards. The effects of the dramatic growth in industrial output has been only slight on the rural majority, even though much improvement has undoubtedly taken place. At the 4th NPC in January 1975, Zhou Enlai revived Mao's 1964 perspective, to build an independent, relatively comprehensive industrial and economic system, before the 1980s, and to accomplish the comprehensive modernization of agriculture, industry, national defense, and science and technology before the end of the century, so that our national economy will be advancing in the front ranks of the world. 99. Can it be done? Clearly it is within the capacity of the world economy to achieve this result. If China can continue to expand its imports and world capitalism resumes rapid and sustained expansion, so that the demand for China's exports increases and China can borrow at relatively low interest rates, it is a possible target. All provided the Chinese working class continues loyally to deliver up its massive surplus to the regime. But even if the output target could be achieved, could China's masses be incorporated in such a short time, could the dual economy be overcome? The assumptions are all in doubt: world expansion, the continued philanthropy of the Chinese working classes and, above all, the possibility of transforming China while it retains its national isolation. For many people, China is a splendid triumph because its people are more equal, it is democratic, and the country has made the breakthrough to sustained economic development. Poor it may be now, but its government has the wisdom to make those continued efforts which will ensure that the people of China will in due course close the gap with the advanced powers and come to enjoy all that is most valuable in terms of human progress in this century. This chapter has attempted to assess whether these claims are correct. There is, on the face of it, greater equality in China than in most other countries, but it has been achieved through the rationing system and the basic scarcity of unrationed goods rather than equality of income. In terms of the official income scales, the degree of inequality is striking, nor is there a detectable trend towards more equality in Chinese society as a whole. The reasons for the inequality seem less to do with any government preferences, more with the basic material conditions of the society and the commitment of the regime to accumulation. By any rigorous standard of democracy, there is none in China, although the regime gives the impression of being popular and consulting widely. In terms of the economy, China has experienced a relatively high rate of industrial growth, achieved by tenacious efforts to increase labor productivity. What distinguishes China from most other backward countries is not the material quality of life, but the structure of control which ensures that, for example, all are fed and clothed. The urban-rural gap and income differentials remain sizable, but the rationing system and its maintenance against the corrosive forces at work on the countryside has ensured that the mass of the population has received tangible benefits. In terms of the productivity of labor, the gap between the permanent industrial labor force and the mass of cultivators is possibly more extreme than in most backward countries, and this a function of China's intensive agriculture and its resistance to central supervision has been to the benefit of the rural population. 221. China's future depends not simply on its internal resources, but on the international context in which it exists. The government and the party can secure through external activities both protection and assistance for the tasks it has undertaken. The politics it proclaims are internationalist. How far has the party been able to elicit international support? This is the theme of the following section. 222 Part V. Proletarian Internationalism 225-226. The Bolsheviks came to power on the assumption that the events of October 1917 would be the signal for the seizure of power by the workers of Western Europe. They did not see themselves as a separate national group, awaiting the action of workers in other countries, but, by historical accident, the temporary leaders of an international movement. It was the duty of the Bolsheviks to ferment revolution in the rest of Europe by all the means in their power. Since, in their opinion, the revolution in Europe was the political and material condition of their own survival, it was understandable that they poured their energies into the new International Workers' Party, the Communist International. This was the key to the paradox, a workers' revolution in a country where the working class was a minority and the material conditions backward. Nonetheless, the new state had also to ensure its own survival. That required opening up relations, particularly trade relations, with existing states. The international bourgeoisie, with sections ruling each of the constituent units of the advanced world, was riven with internal rivalries. It was the rivalry between the Austro-German and the Anglo-French-American imperialist predators which permitted the Soviet Union its temporary lease on life. It permitted the Treaty of Brest-Litovsk with Germany, whereby Russia ended its involvement in the First World War. The treaty evoked considerable opposition within the party, and Lenin spent much time explaining why it was necessary. The outcome. 14. The theory. 227 might have seemed something like a block between the First Socialist Republic and German imperialism, against another imperialism. However, we did not conclude a block or defame the socialist state, we simply took advantage of the conflict between the two imperialisms in such a way that both were ultimately the losers. Germany obtained nothing from the Brest Peace except several million poods of grain, but she brought the disintegrating force of Bolshevism into the country. We, however, gained time, in the course of which the formation of the Red Army began. 1. The treaty cost Russia the Ukraine. In the case of the Brest-Litovsk peace, we sacrificed Russia's interests, as understood in the patriotic sense, which were in fact secondary from the socialist point of view. The Bolsheviks sacrificed the national interest in order to spread disaffection among the Kaiser's armies and mobilize support for German workers in the task of overthrowing the Kaiser. The policy was the reverse of what came later, the sacrifice of the international purpose for the defense of the Russian state. In the aftermath of the treaty, the Bolsheviks were preoccupied with fighting the civil war at home and supporting the revolution abroad. By 1920, as we have seen, the party and the country were exhausted, the revolutionary assault of 1919 in Western Europe had been beaten off. The need now was to retreat, to bind up the wounds, to prepare for a future assault. While the International endeavored to consolidate its membership round the world, the Russian state needed to pursue policies which, as far as was possible given Soviet material weakness, would sustain the rivalries between its enemies and restore the Russian economy, the material base of world revolution. To restore the economy is more difficult than fighting. Victory will not depend on enthusiasm, or self-sacrifice, but on day-to-day, monotonous, petty, and workaday effort. That is undoubtedly a more difficult matter. Where are we to procure the means of production we need? Russia had too little gold to buy the means to rehabilitate the economy. It could not pay in raw materials because the urgent need was to feed the population. It must offer foreign concessions, quasi-colonial rights over some of the raw materials unexploited in Russia's vast territories. Such a proposal evoked considerable unease, indeed alarm, in the party ranks. With characteristic bluntness, Lenin laid down the priorities. For Kamchatka, we shall pay in terms of 100,000 poods of oil, taking only 2% for ourselves. If we do not pay up, we shall not even. 228 Get 2 poods. This is an exorbitant price, but while capitalism exists, we cannot expect a fair price from it. Yet the advantages are beyond doubt. Too surely this was to sacrifice the fruits of the revolution for the sake of a pittance. It was not, for the primary justification was not Russia's survival, but that it gave the Russian state the means to exacerbate the rivalries between its enemies. Not all rivalries were involved, we must take political advantage of the differences among our opponents, but only of major differences that are due to profound economic causes. If we try to exploit minor and fortuitous differences, we shall be behaving like petty politicians and cheap diplomats. 3. For only major differences exhibited the structure of world power, the drift of conflict. In the case of Kamchatka, Japan eyed it as part of its sphere of influence. The United States was offered the concessions, and the byproduct was the means of material survival for Russia. But the conflict of the United States and Japan, which, according to Lenin, would sooner or later produce an open war, should not induce the Soviet Union to side with one or the other. To support one of these countries against the other would be a crime against communism. We communists have to play one off against the other. The Brest Peace and the foreign concessions raised different issues. The justification of Brest was that it made possible Bolshevik survival and intervention in Germany. In the case of foreign concessions, when the revolutionary movement abroad was in temporary decline, it exacerbated rivalries in the enemy camp and assisted the survival of Russia. The Soviet Union extended aid to Ataturk in Turkey, to the Shah of Iran and to Sun Yat-sen in China. Yet in certain circumstances, such aid could make it more difficult for local communist parties to lead a revolution against these rulers. The Russian leadership endeavored to prevent the agreement between the Soviet Union and Weimar Germany being construed as political support for the German ruling class, the target of the German Communist Party. Without such a distinction, the policies of the Russian state directly obstructed the aims of the Communist International. In the case of the backward countries, the possibility of confusion was much greater. For the alliance between the Western proletariat and the oppressed nations could with ease be construed as support for the ruling classes of the backward countries. Then working-class internationalism faded into something else, the internationalism of nations, the fraternity of ruling classes. Lenin had no doubt what this meant. Petty bourgeois nationalism calls the mere recognition of the equality of NA 229. Shin's internationalism, and considers national egoism inviolable. Proletarian internationalism on the other hand demands subordination of the interests of proletarian struggle in one country to the interests of the struggle on a world scale, that the nation which achieves victory over the bourgeoisie shall display the capacity and readiness to make the greatest national sacrifices in order to overthrow international capitalism. 4. The Bolshevik view then, was that the October Revolution was a temporary victory. Its justification was that thereby Russia could make the greatest national sacrifices for the overthrow of the world order. State relations were subordinate not to abstract principles but to temporary survival while the revolutionary movement was built to overthrow, with Bolshevik material aid, the states with which Russia had relations. Russian state relations must not be such that they could be construed as political support for a ruling class. Similarly, the Russian state could not extend material aid to a foreign state even if it was effective as a bribe for certain purposes or exacerbated the rivalries between states, if that aid could be used to repress a domestic revolt, to eliminate the possibility of revolution. Above all, State relations must at no stage prevent or inhibit local communists making independent propaganda against the local ruling class and endeavoring to build a workers' alternative. If that did occur, then the interests of the Russian state had taken priority over those of world revolution. The Chinese Communist Party. How far do these elementary principles apply to the external activities of the Chinese Communists and the state they direct? The most striking observation is that there is no international, no instrument of a world working class and no strategy for creating a world proletarian alliance. Up to the 1960s, it might have been argued that the Chinese Party accepted the leadership of the Soviet Union in external affairs and was unwilling to challenge Moscow by the creation of a new international. But in all the polemics between Moscow and Beijing, the Chinese Party never reproached the Soviet Communist Party with scrapping the Comintern or 230, failing to create a new international. Indeed, it opposed any such proposal since it saw an international solely as a method of Russian domination of China. After the Sino-Soviet break, the Chinese Party took no serious initiative in the matter. It is thus reduced to being a passive spectator in most domestic confrontations. It has no instrument for changing the world, and is confined to the role of commentator, distributing praise and blame but without active involvement. Supporters of China explain this anomaly as flowing from the weakness of the world movement. This presents a paradox, for, on the one hand, the Chinese Communists proclaim that the world's situation is excellent, on the other, the proletarian forces are weaker than in the 1860s when the first international was formed. The Chinese Party has encouraged some of its supporters abroad. But so far as can be seen, it has never given such groups material aid. This is confirmed repeatedly by the Chinese leadership, and there is no reason, despite Western propaganda, to disbelieve it. Nor do such groups pursue any common strategy. National egoism, as Lenin called it, is all. China's material aid to unofficial forces such as it is has been given, not to its declared supporters, but to other forces fighting foreign occupation: the National Liberation Front in Vietnam, Frelimo in Mozambique, the FNLA in Angola, and, briefly, to the Palestine Liberation Organization in the Middle East. The entirety of the Chinese Communist Party's policies abroad is therefore directed through the official foreign policy of the People's Republic. State policy is thus no longer a minor tactic to secure temporary survival. Internationalism must mean relations between states, between ruling classes, not a world-class alliance. It must mean also that the Chinese state is bound to accept the states concerned, to accept the given order of the world. It is impossible to maintain state relations while simultaneously taking active steps to encourage revolt or even using Chinese diplomatic missions abroad to proclaim the need for revolution. The People's Republic recognized this conservatism in the principle of peaceful coexistence, which is espoused officially by China and, indeed, by all the states of the world. Domestic revolt is solely a matter for the ruling class concerned, and no foreigner has the right to interfere. Chinese communists may sympathize, but they have no instrument other than the Chinese state with which to influence events. The principles of Chinese communist policies abroad have remained remarkably consistent, although tactically there have been different 231 phases in their application. Whereas Lenin was concerned to secure the temporary survival of the Soviet Union in order to prosecute world revolution, and to utilize the contradictions between rival powers to this end, the Chinese Party has expended much energy in endeavoring to utilize the contradictions solely for its own survival. What have been the phases in this effort? 1. Up to the Civil War, the party was primarily concerned to divide the Kuomintang from the United States. Much effort was devoted to wooing the U.S. military mission in Chongqing. So far as can be seen, no efforts were made to foster mutiny in the Japanese army or rebellion in Japan, the primary purpose of the relationship between the Bolsheviks and Germany in 1917–18. 2. From 1949, the party accepted of necessity the international leadership of the Soviet Union. The Cold and Korean Wars ended all relationships with the United States and drove China into an alliance with Russia. However, the Chinese party seems to have endeavored to form a bloc of communist parties under its leadership, committed to rural guerrilla warfare. It was not accidental that such warfare broke out in 1947-8 in Burma, Malaya, the Philippines, and Indonesia. The movements were contained by the established governments in all cases. China also extended, from 1949, considerable material aid to the Viet Minh in Vietnam against the French attempt to re-establish its control. 3. With the ending of the Korean and the first phase of the Vietnam War, the People's Republic endeavored to form a bloc of states, the Third World, under its leadership. The close relationship between China and Nehru's India, and Zhou Enlai's role at the 1955 Bandung Conference, were the high points of this endeavor. China's position was somewhat ambiguous since the dominant theme at Bandung was non-alignment between East and West, whereas China was aligned with the Soviet Union. 4. In the late 1950s, the relationship with the Soviet Union deteriorated rapidly over a range of issues, while the relationship with India began to decline from 1959 over the question of Tibet, finally being destroyed in the border clashes of 1962. China now sought to create a new bloc of states, more narrowly defined in ideological terms than in 1955 North Korea, North Vietnam, Sukarno's Indonesia, Ben. 232-232. Bella's Algeria, Nkrumah's Ghana, and even, at one stage, Castro's Cuba. It was short-lived. North Korea and North Vietnam opted for neutrality in the Sino-Soviet dispute and for Russian material assistance. Cuba, in urgent need of Soviet aid, chose to try to create a rival international, the Havana Tricontinental Congress, and ultimately opted for the link with Russia. Sukarno, Ben Bella, and Nkrumah were all overthrown. 5. China simultaneously attempted to secure close relationships with the advanced states, an effort continued after the Cultural Revolution. This brought material supplies to make up for the loss of Russian help or sales. 6. In the late 1960s, by a fortunate conjuncture of events, China was able once more to achieve a relationship with the United States. After the armed clashes with Russian forces on the Chinese border in 1969, the threat of Russia increasingly came to dominate all the external policies of the People's Republic, including the fluctuating relationship with Washington. The American link permitted the People's Republic to gain entry to the United Nations, and this became a central forum for China's continuing efforts to create a bloc of backward states, the Third World. What is the theoretical underpinning of Chinese foreign policy? The Chinese Party has revised Lenin's concept of imperialism in an interesting way. Imperialism now is not a world system dominated by the rivalries of the advanced powers, each advanced power being compelled to compete by the world system itself. It is a world of states, dominated in the 1950s by one superpower, in the 1960s by two superpowers, and increasingly in the 1970s again by one superpower. The word imperialism refers not to a world order, but to the relationship between the superpowers and preeminently the backward states. In practice, such a view implies that the superpower has the most freedom to maneuver, it can choose whether or not to oppress. In Lenin's view, the advanced capitalist states have very little choice but to compete, and thereby oppress. What is the prize for the superpower? According to the Chinese, it is domination of the backward countries, not the defeat of other advanced 233. Powers. In 1945-6, when Stalin warned the Chinese Party not to start a civil war lest the United States attack Russia in retaliation, Mao claimed that the United States was not interested in dominating the Soviet Union, only in the zone between Russia and America. 5. In Mao's terms, the principal contradiction was not between the advanced rivals, but between the United States and all the other states of the world other than the Soviet Union. Thus in 1958 he saw the purpose of NATO not as competition with the Soviet Union's Warsaw Pact, but as an attack on nationalism and domestic communism. 6. In 1964, he described the aim of the United States 18 years earlier as to invade the buffer zone and not to fight the Soviet Union. The anti-Soviet slogan was a smokescreen. 7 By the mid-1960s, however, the situation had apparently become less clear, for Mao told Edgar Snow that he had not decided whether the principal contradiction was between neocolonialism and the revolutionary peoples or between the capitalist countries themselves. 8 The contenders were states, national ruling classes, not international classes. It followed, as it had for Stalin, that the revolutionary peoples included also the patriotic national bourgeoisie, and even certain kings and princes and aristocrats who are patriotic. 9 The states were constant, but all the other terms, for example, superpower, intermediate, or buffer zone, could change according to temporary tactical needs. Thus in 1965 Mao startled a French parliamentary delegation with his use of the term the Third World. France itself, Germany, Italy, Great Britain provided the latter stops being the courtier of the United States, Japan and we ourselves. There you have the Third World. The definition was of no particular importance since it was not part of a strategic orientation on an objective world situation. Theory, concepts, were rationalizations after the tactics had been decided upon, not the basis for the tactics. It is this factor which gives Chinese politics such a timeless character. At any given moment, the situation is equally excellent, the revolution always rising, there are no defeats, all is ever onwards and upwards. For example, in 1958 Mao observed that the Western world is disintegrating. Currently, it is in the process of breaking up, final disintegration is inevitable. 10 And again. The enemy is in disarray, more and more so. We are getting better, better and better every day, the truly discouraged is imperialism. They are wrought. 234 Ting, becoming disorderly, full of conflicts, splitting apart, experiencing a bad time. Their good days are over. Their good days were before they turned into imperialism, when they only had capitalism. 11 This, at the height of a quarter of a century's unprecedented growth in world capitalism, well before the Vietnam War. 16 years later, the Chinese press was still repeating, the imperialist camp has split and disintegrated as a result of the daily decline of U.S. imperialism. The socialist camp no longer exists as the Soviet revisionist renegade clique has restored capitalism and turned the socialist Soviet Union into social imperialism. Meanwhile, the Third World flourishes with its ranks growing stronger and stronger, its political consciousness raised daily and its unity strengthened daily. 12 Morale is all, truth nothing. There was, on this formulation, apparently nothing to be done except assume power in all countries. The concepts were ambiguous to preserve tactical flexibility. However, the clashes affecting China's borders invariably prompt the regime to take a much firmer line than on other occasions. The bitterness of the relationship with the United States in the 1950s was provoked by the Korean War and the U.S. defense of Taiwan. The relationship to India was completely reversed, regardless of all such classifications as the Third World and oppressed peoples, by the 1962 Sino-Indian border clash. And the bitterness, at the time of writing, in full flood against the Soviet Union was sparked by the 1960 withdrawal of Russian experts, but heightened by the border clashes of 1969. The mode of struggle. The aim of Chinese foreign policy is to win greater security for China. To achieve this, the People's Republic has endeavored to win foreign ruling classes as allies against the superpowers. To this end, the Chinese leadership has never been so naive as to rely on political argument and propaganda. They have used material incentives, that is, aid and trading agreements. Overwhelmingly, this is the main part of China's assistance abroad, not aid to revolutionary organizations. China began its foreign aid program in the 1950s. Aid was used to secure certain relationships, to give sinew to diplomatic détente. After the Cultural Revolution with the physical threat from the Soviet Union, China extended its aid program in an effort to secure a seat in the United Nations and create a loose voting bloc within it. Between 1970 and 235 1974, Cumulative Chinese aid was about US $2,400 million, more than double the total for the years between 1956 and 1969. From 1970 the chief recipients have been Vietnam, Romania, Pakistan, Sri Lanka, Tanzania, Zambia, but have included Guyana, Chile, Malaya, Peru, Equatorial Guinea, Ethiopia, Mauritania, Somalia, Iraq, and Burma. Chinese aid has been heavily concentrated on Africa. By 1975, it was larger in cumulative total than Soviet aid, although China's total world aid is only 16% of all Eastern Bloc aid, of which the Soviet Union supplies 77%. Some 23 countries in Africa are in receipt of Chinese aid, but the largest expenditure has been on the Tanzam Railway. In Asia, 7 countries have taken a quarter of all Chinese aid, and in the Middle East, 5 countries have been the chief beneficiaries. In South America, Peru has been the main recipient, although there is a wide scatter of other countries, some of whom were granted aid without according China diplomatic recognition. 13 aid seems to have been extended for 2 related purposes, to secure entry to the United Nations, and to block Russian influence. Because Russian aid is roughly 5 times larger than Chinese, the contest is difficult. It is obligatory that Chinese terms are more favorable than those of its rivals. The political nature of the regime to which aid is extended has, with a few exceptions, never been an important calculation. For example, Pakistan in 1966 was the main military client state of the United States in South Asia. It was also a conservative authoritarian regime in which the Communist Party was banned. Nonetheless, Chinese aid was extended to the government without obliging it to withdraw from the U.S. relationship. Chinese aid was similarly advanced to the feudal regime of Haile Selassie. Aid taken from the surplus product of Chinese workers and peasants was used to support a regime comparable, in Chinese terms, to the Qing dynasty. However, with regard to the first aim, under the benevolent neutrality of the United States, the policy worked. In October 1971 the People's Republic was admitted to the United Nations. China had hitherto rejected the United Nations, although not as the League of Imperialists. 236 Bandits. For example, it was full of praise when Sukarno's Indonesia walked out of the United Nations in the L960s. Now the United Nations became an arena of struggle, a world court for the indictment of the superpowers. Pursing the same logic, China applied for entry to the International Monetary Fund and the World Bank, but subsequently withdrew its application when those bodies refused to expel Taiwan. Is China using the United Nations to publicize its condemnation of the world order? It would be a poor way of achieving this purpose since the deliberations of that body have no popular following. The delegates are the audience and, by objective criteria, members of the world ruling class. Such tactical considerations have not guided China since it is dedicated to supporting the United Nations. It increased its contribution to the UN budget from 4 to 7% of the total in October 1972, so becoming the third largest contributor after the United States and the Soviet Union. China's declared policy is not to denounce the United Nations as a conspiracy of the imperialist bandits, an employers' confederation, but to uphold the principles of the United Nations Charter. For example, on entering the United Nations, Vice Minister of Foreign Affairs, Chiao Guanhua, proclaimed, "We hope that the spirit of the United Nations Charter will be really and truly carried out. We will stand together with all the countries and peoples that love peace and uphold justice and work together with them for the defense of national independence and state sovereignty of various countries and for the cause of safeguarding international peace and promoting human progress." 14 The United States delegate could not have put it better. Was the statement a subterfuge? It was published in China and around the world. There was no accompanying commentary which suggested any alternative strategy, of which this was only a tactical diversion. Nor does China go further than the conservative principles that govern the United Nations in its main interventions. For example, in August 1972, China vetoed the application of Bangladesh for membership on the grounds of defense of the principles of the United Nations Charter, the relevant resolutions of the UN General Assembly and Security Council, which gave expression to the will of the overwhelming majority of the countries of the world and the fundamental interests of the entire people. If the United Nations in any sense represents the interests of the people of the world, clearly so do the national governments represented there. The world order, apart from a few anomalies, is the best possible. 237. A detailed account of Chinese foreign policy is beyond the scope of this book, but some examples will illustrate the central thesis, that China's foreign policy is in no way different from that of other world powers. The superpowers. The United States. The revision of Lenin's concept of imperialism did not originate with the Chinese, but with Stalin. He needed to portray a world in which the Soviet Union was not bound by an external logic, but could present whatever it did as freely chosen by a free society. He needed also a justification for distinguishing between the peace-loving democratic imperialists who became his allies in the Second World War and the warmongering fascist imperialists. For Mao also, some imperialist powers were aggressive, and others anti-war, anti-aggression, anti-fascist. 15. It seemed historical accident, or the function of the temperament of the leaders. Mao did not explain, as Lenin might have done, that the anti-war ones were on top and holding down the pro-war ones. In the Chinese context, the distinction before 1949 meant an orientation on the main foreign power influential there, the United States. The policy had no ultimate success since American strategic interests changed when it was decided not to invade the North China coast. 16. The Cold War made this early lack of success into something of 15. Foreign policy. 239. A principle. The prowess of Chinese arms in Korea perhaps also led the People's Republic to reassess its relative weakness. Nonetheless, American rivalry with the Soviet Union ruled out any rapid restoration of relations, even though China displayed great reasonableness at the Geneva talks in 1954. It became taken for granted that, the US is not dependable. She would give you something but not much. How could we expect imperialism to give us a full meal? It won't. Imperialism is stingy. 17. And that US imperialism is a very ferocious imperialism. 18. Foreign Minister Chen Yi was even so rash in 1965 as to formulate this tactical rift as a principle: peaceful coexistence with US imperialism, which is pushing ahead its policies of aggression and war, is out of the question. It was rash because the late 1960s produced a reversal of this position. It was rash also since throughout these years, overshadowed by the US war in Vietnam, representatives of the United States and China held regular talks with each other up to May 1971. There were 137 Sino-American discussions in Warsaw. 19. These talks, it was presumed abroad, stabilized China's relationship to Vietnam. The PLA would not intervene in Vietnam unless American troops crossed the 17th parallel dividing South and North. China was thereby enabled to undertake the Cultural Revolution without fear of US intervention. On the other hand, the United States was assured that China would not, for example, launch attacks on Taiwan in order to divide American forces operating in Vietnam and so relieve the National Liberation Front. This was no idle threat, since in the Indo-Pakistan War of 1965 China had divided Indian forces by threatening India on the Sikkim border. What caused the reversal in Chinese foreign policy? It was the change in the situation of the United States. President Nixon was faced with military stalemate in Vietnam and heavy American losses. The costs of the war were fueling world inflation and jeopardizing the ability of American businessmen to compete abroad. Furthermore, opposition to the war was mounting in the United States. It was therefore urgent that the United States extricate itself from Vietnam, but without appearing to have been defeated. On the Chinese side, the Russian invasion of Czechoslovakia in 1968, and armed clashes on the Sino-Soviet border in 1969, sharply brought home China's relative isolation. China needed allies and entry to the United 240 nations, particularly after having allowed external relations to decay during the Cultural Revolution. Contrary to Chen Yi's promise in 1965, China did not require an end to American policies of aggression and war. Mao had, at the height of the Cold War, laid down the correct line: our policy is that we will not invite him as a guest, but if he should knock on our door, we would entertain him. In 1969, Nixon instructed his Secretary of State, Henry Kissinger, to knock on Mao's door, perhaps calculating that the Soviet threat would induce Mao to open it, despite the continuation of the war in Vietnam. In December 1970, Snow interviewed Mao, who invited Nixon to visit Beijing. The following spring, an American table tennis team visited Beijing. The U.S. government relaxed its embargo on trade with China, and ordered the mining of North Vietnam's harbors. The U.S. announced that it had dropped 6.2 million tons of bombs in Vietnam, or 262 pounds per head of the Indo-Chinese population. In June, China condemned the United States for having extended its bombing raids in Vietnam right up to the Chinese border, but when Kissinger visited Beijing the same month, he was received with extraordinary courtesy. In July, the United States had some 100,000 troops in Vietnam, and again extended the massive bombing of the North. President Nixon, it was announced, would make a state visit to China. The Hanoi Daily, Nan Dan, attacked Nixon for dividing the socialist countries. Publicly, the attacks on Nixon and U.S. government policy, Nixon's fascist atrocities, as Mao put it in 1970, have kindled the raging flames of the revolutionary mass movement in the United States ceased, although not the atrocities themselves. The crowds turned out in their millions to cheer the American architect of Vietnam's destruction. Nixon was received by Mao, and duly secured his release from Vietnam. Who was using whom? The United States could claim with more substance that it had exploited the contradictions between China and the Soviet Union to the loss of Vietnam. Mao's support did not, to his regret, save Nixon from the consequences of his appalling record. The Watergate scandals forced him from office. They were a dramatic revelation of the corruption of the most powerful state in the world, yet they were not reported in the Chi 241. Nesse Press. Furthermore, in the autumn of 1975, Mao personally invited the ex-president, then the least popular American in the world, to make a further visit to China, dispatching an aircraft to California to collect him, and greeting him as one of the greatest leaders of our time. Presumably, the Chinese Communist Party were not concerned about the effect of this quixotic behavior on their supporters in the United States. The suggested explanation: the possibility of embarrassing the new president, Ford, just entering his first election campaign, and so forcing him to make greater concessions on the question of Taiwan, was of greater significance. China had too little weight in the world system to influence the major powers in conditions of relative peace. It might complain bitterly that Ford had dispensed with the services of a leading anti-communist, James Schlesinger, that the West was appeasing a Hitlerite Soviet Union, that the Helsinki Agreement was a second Munich, with Kissinger playing the role of Neville Chamberlain and anti-communist Senator Jackson that of Winston Churchill, but it did not influence U.S. policy. 21. The Soviet Union. The relationship between the Chinese Party and Moscow was, as we have seen, full of difficulties, but Chinese self-restraint ensured that these did not become public. The Cold War prevented any independent initiatives on the part of China, and although the PLA performance in the Korean War was highly creditable, outside its own sphere of influence in East Asia, China remained dependent upon Soviet nuclear and military power. However, as China's strength grew, its tolerance decreased. The Russians were more concerned with their rivalry with the United States and with competing for allies in the non-aligned world, than with helping China to build an industrial economy. 22. The Russians were more worried about the danger of World War than helping China to regain Taiwan. The launching of the first Sputnik in 1957 gave the Soviet Union a military lead over the United States, and China inferred from this that the threat of US attack need no longer intimidate the Eastern Bloc. The Russians refused to help during the Great Leap Forward and afterwards, and supported India in 242-242. The Sino-Indian dispute, which began in 1959. Finally, the Russians unilaterally withdrew all aid from China in 1960, the onset of the most severe crisis in the history of the People's Republic. To that date, however, the Chinese leadership made no public criticism of Russia. They apparently accepted the nature of Soviet power in Russia and East Europe. The beginning of a workers' revolution in Hungary in 1957 found the Chinese party insisting on the taking of all necessary measures to smash the counter-revolutionary rebellion in Hungary, and attempting to stiffen the resolve of Moscow when it intended to adopt a policy of capitulation and abandonment of socialist Hungary. 12 years later, an identical action by the Russians in Czechoslovakia evoked a completely contrary response from China: fierce protests at the denial of the Czech right of national self-determination. In the early 1960s, the Chinese view was still expressed as irritation. The fierce attacks were reserved for Yugoslavia, the surrogate for Russia, just as Albania became the whipping horse for China. All those inside the semi-secret debate knew the code. China's delegate to the 6th East German Party Congress in January 1963 was howled down for criticizing the Tito clique. The only people left in the dark were the mass of the population in Russia and China. However, the split was opened by 1962, but not until 1964 did Mao suddenly announce, "The Soviet Union today is the dictatorship of the bourgeoisie, a dictatorship of the grand bourgeoisie, a fascist German dictatorship, and a Hitlerite dictatorship. They are a bunch of rascals." 24 In the ensuing years, this startling reassessment was explained in more detail. A monopoly bourgeoisie, presumably lurking in the Soviet Union through the years of Stalin's rule, had seized power by a coup between 1953 and 1956 under the leadership of N.S. Khrushchev, and restored capitalism. We have some idea of the massive social upheaval required in Weimar Germany and Italy to bring the fascists to power, and in particular, the role of a major threat from working-class parties. There is no evidence of such an upheaval in Russia, nor of the appearance of a new class, a monopoly bourgeoisie, qualitatively distinct from the ruling order of Stalin's years. The changes in the Soviet Union of the 1950s were trivial in comparison to those of the 1920s and 1930s. The Chinese press might proclaim that fascist white terror reigns in Soviet society today, but to all appearances, there were fewer political prisoners, arbitrary arrests, sudden disappearances than in the 1930s. To make any sense, Mao would have had to examine the years of Stalin's rule, but if he had done 243, that, not only would he have jeopardized the apostolic succession he claimed, he would have challenged a social order based on the imperative to accumulate, an order he was seeking to duplicate in China, state capitalism. Mao's analysis was no more than an expression of extreme irritation after the Sino-Soviet break, not the theoretical justification for the break itself. It was not a new use of the term fascist. Stalin identified Tito as a fascist at the time of the break between Russia and Yugoslavia. The bourgeois nationalist Tito clique in Yugoslavia, having taken the anti-Soviet, anti-Marxist path, has reached the logical end of its anti-communism fascism. 25 The Chinese shared this view, but it did not prevent them giving a hero's welcome to Marshal Tito on a state visit to China in August 1977. As we shall see, the term fascism describes only the attitude of the state concerned to either the Soviet Union or China. It denotes nothing about the domestic order. The Chinese party set out to split communist parties round the world and organize a counter-force loyal to its own position on the questions in dispute with the Soviet Union. They did not pursue their goal with great zeal or publicity, so that results were meager. The only major party to accept Chinese leadership was the Indonesian, the PKI. Others moved towards a position of neutrality. Although the private polemics against the Soviet Union were sharp, publicly China was still restrained. What changed the situation was the increasing military competition of the mid-1960s and the events of 1969. Now, China's sacred territory was at stake. The United States was defeated in Vietnam, and, in any case, had begun a withdrawal from Southeast Asia. It was further constrained by domestic political difficulties, and again defeated, politically if not militarily, in Angola. China was vulnerable, and began to identify the Soviet Union as the main threat to the world. This superpower is even more greedy and more cruel than old-line imperialism in its plunder and exploitation of the Third World. 26. The United States, fresh from the ruins and terrible death toll in Vietnam, became a friendly neighborhood imperialism. There was no coherent argument, merely the assertion that the Soviet Union was in an expansionary phase and the United States in decline, as if somehow. 244. National souls, the rise and decay of civilizations, so beloved of conservative historians, were at stake. Characterizing Tito as fascist did not prevent the Soviet Union from once more embracing its old ally, Yugoslavia, and the same is true of China. Since the theory is only a rationalization of short-term tactics, it can be reversed by a change in the tactical situation. At which stage, the Soviet Union will become a secondary superpower, perhaps another superpower will appear, the Chinese press will switch off its ferocious anti-Russian propaganda, and a few of China's supporters round the world will be shed. The intermediate zone. At one stage, the intermediate zone was composed of all the powers between the United States and the Soviet Union. Today, however, there is a hierarchy in which the First World is not the Western industrialized bloc but simply the two superpowers. The Second World, the new intermediate zone, becomes the advanced industrialized countries other than the two superpowers, a kind of world middle class between the two ruling powers and the proletarian peasant masses of the backward countries. 27. The structure is pure fantasy in Marxist terms since the participants are not world classes but national states, the states are not peoples but national ruling orders. The intermediate zone is identified solely by its relationship to the superpowers. It therefore has no independent competitive role. American fear of competition from Japan and the European common market is thus merely private foolishness. On the analogy of the middle class, China's role is to show the regimes of the intermediate zone that they are oppressed by monopoly capital and ought to ally with the proletariat, under the leadership of China. As Deng Xiaoping described the task to the audience of the United Nations in 1974, the developed countries in between the two superpowers, are in varying degrees controlled, threatened, or bullied by the one superpower or the other. All these countries have the desire to shake off superpower enslavement or control and safeguard their national independence and the integrity of their society. The industrialized powers of Europe are invited to demand their right of national self-determination, their right to break up the international economic 245 system which grants them power and wealth. In the 1960s, this meant the encouragement of France under de Gaulle in its challenge to NATO, and Romania in asserting its independence from the Soviet Union. Indeed, China went so far as to denounce East Germany's demand to be recognized as an independent power, and champion West Germany's right of national self-determination, that is, the unification of Germany under the West Germans. 28. However, once the Soviet Union became the main threat, the disunity of the Europeans, their continued maintenance of elements of national autonomy, became a factor of vulnerability. China began to urge unification in the common market, which, in practice, now means the acceptance of West German hegemony. Zhou described the official position in 1973, the cause of European unity, if it is carried out well, will contribute to the improvement of the situation in Europe and the whole world. The fact that much of the European left regards the European Economic Community as a rationalization of monopoly capital, and some even see it as a plan by the United States to create a large market for its industries, is of no significance for Beijing in comparison to the Russian threat to China. This produces curious paradoxes. Elements of European and American domination of the world become favored by China, from the Commonwealth military security arrangements for Southeast Asia to that traditional object of the left's opposition, NATO. The NCNA published in the People's Daily extracts from the British Conservative government's Defence White Paper on the need to increase military spending and to strengthen NATO against the Russian threat. 29. It is the most anti-communist right-wing politicians who are received with most warmth in Beijing, the Cold War warriors of the United States, the conservative politicians of Europe, Heath of Britain, Franz Joseph Strauss of West Germany, Tanaka of Japan, Fraser of Australia, and Muldoon of New Zealand. The paradoxes are more extreme. In February 1974, the British Conservative government was overthrown by a miners' strike. In the Union, the leader of one of the most militant sections was a communist, Mick McGahey, president of the Scottish miners. China invited the leader of the Conservative Party, and, although now only an ex-prime minister, he was accorded a reception appropriate to a head of state. A. 246. Guard of honor, gun salute, military band playing God Save the Queen, and a personal interview with Mao. The new Labour Prime Minister was not invited. But the Miners' Union had been invited to send a delegation, and appointed McGahey as its leader. While Heath, the man the miners had defeated, was feted in China, McGahey, one of the miners' leaders, was refused a visa as leader of the delegation. China's relationship to Japan illustrates the predominance of tactical questions in Chinese foreign policy. In the 1960s, Beijing criticized the liberal democratic government for being instruments of American imperialism. In the late 1960s, when negotiations were underway with the Soviet Union for Japanese exploitation of raw materials in Siberia, the attacks became sharper. The People's Daily put the official view confidently in 1971, look at the past of Japanese imperialism, and you can tell its present, look at its past and present, and you can tell its future. 30. What was its future? Japanese monopoly capitalism is sure to protect its colonial interests by armed force and scramble for spheres of influence. An economic power is bound to become a military power, and economic expansion definitely leads to military expansion. This is the inexorable law of development of Japanese militarism. What Japan should take is another road, the road of independence, democracy, peace, and neutrality. That is to say, Japan must free herself from U.S. imperialist control, dismantle U.S. military bases and achieve national independence. She must renounce fascist dictatorship. 31. The advice might seem a little irrelevant, given the inexorable law which indicated that Japan must become a military power. In fact, it turned out to be quite unnecessary for Japan to follow China's advice in order to buck the inexorable law. It required only a visit by Prime Minister Tanaka. He met Mao, and the inexorable law disappeared. The joint declaration provided a brilliant explanation. China and Japan are neighboring countries separated by a strip of water, and there was a long history of traditional friendship between them. The two peoples ardently wish to end the abnormal state of affairs that has hitherto existed between the two countries. Zhou Enlai, with admirable discretion over the record of Japanese pillage of China in the preceding 100 years, welcomed the agreement with a country, with whom government relations had not been good since 1894, the new relationship was not directed against third parties. NEI 247. 247. There was seeking hegemony in the Pacific region, and both were opposed to those who were. 32. Those alarmed at the possibility of Japanese expansion were no doubt reassured, that is, until new irritations recreated the instant theory of Japan's inexorable imperialism. Spain has a special place in the history of the European labor movement. When Franco led the forces of Spanish fascism to overthrow the elected government in the 1930s, an international brigade of volunteers fought alongside the Spaniards to save the Republic. The bitterness of their defeat, compounded by Franco's collaboration with Nazi Germany and Fascist Italy during the Civil War and the Second World War, made Spain and Franco outcasts even in establishment circles in Europe. The Soviet Union did not restore diplomatic relations with Spain until February 1977. In 1973, Franco's prime minister, Admiral Carrero Blanco, was assassinated, no doubt to the moderate delight of the clandestine Spanish left and those in the European labor movement who remembered the past. But China's response was to dispatch its prime minister to Sr. Jaime de Ojeda to express condolences to the Spanish charge d'affaires in Beijing, an event solemnly publicized in China. 2 years later, the admiral's master declined in health, but held off death for an extended period. A group of socialist dockers in East London endeavoured to hasten Franco's departure by dispatching him a telegram, "Die, you bastard, die." When Franco's end finally came, there was much opposition in the British government to sending a representative to his funeral. Labour MPs boycotted the House of Commons in protest at the government's decision to dispatch a cabinet minister. They might have quoted Byron's comment on the burial of George III. It seemed the mockery of hell to fold the rottenness of 80 years in gold. 34. Of the European powers, only Monaco sent its head of state. In Latin America, only Generals Banzer and Pinochet attended. The People's Republic did not send its head of state, but, as the Chinese press reported to the masses of China, chairman of the NPC Standing Committee, Zhu De, mourns the death of Spanish Chief of State Franco. 248. Wreaths were sent from Zhu De, Premier Zhou, and the foreign minister, and the following day Zhu De sent the official congratulations of the People's Republic to King Juan Carlos on his coronation. 35 Such niceties are the trivia of relations between states, but China claims to be something other than an ordinary state. In the case of Spain, it might wrongly have been thought to be committed to the forces fighting to overthrow Franco and his heir, the king. The Third World. Asia. Southeast Asia. Only in China's traditional sphere of influence has the People's Republic given consistent material support to powers abroad, to North Korea and North Vietnam, and verbal support to movements against governments with which it has friendly diplomatic relations. In the case of Vietnam, China extended recognition and material aid before the Soviet Union, and its artillery was an important factor in the final siege of Dien Bien Phu. However, at the Geneva peace talks in 1954, both the Soviet Union and China tried their utmost to persuade the Viet Minh to accept partition and not to sweep the French out of Vietnam. 36 It was not clear whether this flowed from the same fear of extending the war as guided Stalin in his efforts to force the Chinese Communists to make concessions to the Kuomintang in the 1930s. However, the Vietnam problem remained unsolved and broke out in a much more massive form in the 1960s. As we have seen, China's role in the Second War in Vietnam involved both an expanded flow of aid and a careful stabilization of its role with the United States. The détente with Nixon provoked a reaction in Hanoi, but perhaps the Vietnamese simply wished to keep both its powerful patrons at arm's length. The new United States took over the claims of its southern half, including the Parasil and Spratly Islands in the South China Sea, both of them also claimed by the People's Republic. It is said there may be oil reserves beneath the islands, and also that China fears the establishment of a Soviet base in the area which would dominate the Far Eastern shipping lanes. Whatever the reasons, China stated her position unequivocally: all islands belonging to China must certainly return to the bosom of the motherland, and the Arca 249. 249. Pelagos of the South Sea are our sacred territory and we have a responsibility to defend them. 37 Perhaps this territorial issue became as sharp as it did because of the estimate of the Soviet threat, which also caused China to revise her attitude towards four countries hitherto seen as U.S. clients: Thailand, Malaysia, the Philippines, and Singapore. In 1971, Thailand, in the view of the People's Republic, was ruled by the Thanom clique of American puppets. However, the first contacts between the two regimes were made in that year. They agreed to end hostile radio propaganda and open up trade. The Thai Prime Minister, Pramaj Kukrit, made a state visit, and signed an agreement with China, Article 8 of which instructed Chinese nationals in Thailand to abide by the law of the Kingdom of Thailand, respect the customs and habits of the Thai people and live in amity with them. 38. That is, not to make revolution. Mao, according to Kukrit, denied that any aid was given to insurgents in Thailand or to the clandestine Voice of the Thai People radio. He advised Kukrit not to be troubled by the insurgents of the Thai Communist Party since it is small, it should not be dangerous. No protest was made when the Thai civilian regime was once more overthrown with great bloodshed in the autumn of 1976. In the Philippines, President Marcos was engaged in a 4-year program of establishing a civilian dictatorship, destroying all opposition, including both supporters of Mao Zedong thought and a Muslim rebellion in the south. In September 1974, Marcos's wife, Imelda, was invited to China where she met Mao and was offered Chinese crude oil in a trading agreement. In June the following year, her husband followed her on a state visit. Marcos was overwhelmed by the hospitality, referring to China as the natural leader of the Third World, and adopting the slogan of self-reliance. Indeed, the president, one of the closest allies of the United States in the East Pacific, dispatched a stream of missions to China to learn how to copy certain institutions, and even set up a commune in Leyte, Manila. Malaysia made the same transition. In 1970, the NCNA reported that the Rahman Razak clique was terrified by the guerrillas of the Malaysian Communist Party and its power was crumbling. 39. Nonetheless, diplomatic relations were announced in 1974, and half of the clique, Tun Abdul Rahman, duly made the pilgrimage to Beijing. He 250 was assured no material aid was being given by the Chinese to the Malaysian guerrillas. Later, in April 1975, the Prime Minister was upset by the Chinese Communist Party's greetings to the Malaysian Party on the occasion of its 45th foundation anniversary. No doubt the Chinese ambassador reassured the Malaysian Prime Minister that the message had no real significance. However, it could be used as a bargaining counter on some future occasion, much as Stalin tried to use the Chinese Communist Party in bargaining with Chiang Kai-shek. Singapore's opposition has been successively repressed by the regime of Lee Kuan Yew. On his state visit in 1976, Prime Minister Hua Qiabeng assured him that Singapore's treatment of rebels would evoke no protest from China. What were the contradictions the People's Republic sought to exploit in these 4 cases? They were not utilizing any major contradictions at all, nor were they trying to compete with the United States, which was no longer seen as an enemy. It was a simple territorial security exercise, an exercise that in all but open expression consigned the domestic rebels to insignificance and permitted the regimes concerned to claim that they had Chairman Mao in their support. Indonesia remained, at the time of writing, the last country of the area without diplomatic relations with the People's Republic. The regime under General Suharto originally came to power through a military coup in 1965. Up to that time, Indonesia was governed by President Sukarno, basing himself latterly on the Indonesian Communist Party and the army. The PKI had followed a policy of creating a united front, but without independent territories or armed forces. In practice, this meant sacrificing its radical policies, for example, land reform, to maintaining the alliance with forces that, in some cases, represented those liable to suffer in any land reform. It meant also that the PKI offered entirely uncritical support for Sukarno, calling for a strengthening of his government. Sukarno, on the other hand, needed a civilian counterweight to the powerful army, which the PKI provided. Sukarno therefore protected the party from the army and advanced its position in the government. Under Sukarno's patronage, the party became the largest communist party outside the Eastern Bloc, 251. With a claimed membership of 3 million, and between 8 and 10 million in party front organizations. But it was captive to Sukarno's purposes, for it could raise radical demands for domestic change only at the cost of its position in the Indonesian government. China gave strong support both to the PKI and to Sukarno, even though the PKI's policy was one of united front without armed struggle. It was impossible to have the one with the other, had the PKI tried to create its own military forces, the army would have seized power. In September 1965, a section of the Palace Guard launched a coup against the main leadership of the army. The army counterattacked, alleging that the conspiracy was hatched by the PKI and China. It was further alleged that China had flown arms into the leading Air Force base for use in the coup. The military rapidly won control, and there followed one of the most appalling massacres in modern history. More than 500,000 people were slaughtered by the army and its supporters. 200,000 PKI members lost their lives, including 45 of the 50 Central Committee members. Many hundreds of thousands of others were jailed. China did not comment publicly at the time of the coup, nor has any balance sheet of lessons drawn from the catastrophe appeared since. For the ordinary Chinese newspaper reader, revolutionary Indonesia simply disappeared, in due course surfacing as fascist Indonesia. The People's Republic continued its aid program to the new military regime and did not break off diplomatic relations until an attack was launched on the Chinese embassy in April 1966. The Russians behaved in a similar fashion. Pravda published no protest at the destruction of the PKI, and the 700 Soviet advisors in Indonesia continued at work. But the political role of the Russians in Indonesia is not as important as that of the Chinese, who form a large minority in control of much business and commercial activity. The attack on the PKI and China could therefore draw on anti-capitalist sentiments. In these circumstances, the restoration of diplomatic relations is more of a problem than elsewhere in Southeast Asia. However, it will almost certainly come. Then China's criticism of Indonesia's repression of the Friedland struggle for national independence in East Timor will disappear in time for the arrival of General Suharto in Beijing. The fate of the survivors of the PKI, the insurgents lying low in central Java, is of less importance to Beijing. South Asia. Asia was China's main area of operations in the 1950s. India was an important ally, and given that, after China, it was the 252 most populated country in the world, what the Indians called Hindi Chinni Bye included over half the population of the Third World. However, the two countries had a common border and were also competitors. At various times India attempted to dabble in China's sphere of influence in Tibet. Yet in terms of its domestic regime, India seemed to be a natural candidate for the title of progressive state. It was republican, secular, and operated a planned economy within a socialistic framework. It was also non-aligned between the two major blocs, a position it reached in advance of China. Such details, however, were irrelevant compared to the imperatives of the defense of Chinese territory. After the much publicized clash of 1962, India was excluded from the grand design. Mao put it thus: we have an anti-imperialist task. We have the task of supporting national liberation movements, that is, we must support the broad masses of the people in Asia, Africa, and Latin America, including workers, peasants, the revolutionary national bourgeoisie, and the revolutionary intellectuals, but they do not include the reactionary national bourgeoisie like Nehru. 40. Why did the commitment exclude Nehru, but not Emperor Haile Selassie of Ethiopia or General Ayub Khan of Pakistan? Supporters of China later argued that India's close relationship to the Soviet Union was the reason. However, at the time when strains began, 1959–60, it was China who was the close ally of the Soviet Union and the recipient of Russian aid. Since Mao did not discover that the Soviet Union was fascist until 1964, Nehru was perhaps to be forgiven for not having discovered earlier. What, for Mao, determined the character of India's domestic order was not the Soviet relationship, but the actions of Indian troops in Ladakh. The break with India led to the rapid promotion in Beijing's eyes of Pakistan, up to that time considered the closest ally of the United States in South Asia. An equally important factor, however, was the attempt by the Soviet Union to establish its influence in Pakistan. China's promotion of General Ayub Khan from American puppet to anti-imperialist force was not an idle commitment, since, as earlier mentioned, Chinese intervention in the 1965 war on Pakistan's side divided the Indian forces. China's role placed its sympathizers in India in an extraordinarily difficult position, only exceeded by that of its supporters in Pakistan. In the case of Maulana Bashani, one of the leaders of the Pakistani left, he was induced after a visit to Beijing to give credit 253 equal support to the quasi-military dictatorship, and to its role in exploiting the Maulana's own province, East Pakistan. It was also China's interests which led the East Pakistan left to oppose the demand for Bengali independence, so giving the movement up to Sheikh Mujibur Rahman's Awami League and to Indian influence. Between 1968 and 1971, both wings of Pakistan East and West were in revolt, culminating in the collapse of Ayub Khan's power and the demand from the Bengalis of the East for the right of national self-determination. However, China's geopolitical considerations took priority in Beijing over the national liberation of Bengalis. In June 1970, the Soviet Union received a state visit from Ayub Khan's successor, General Yahya Khan, who accepted a Russian offer of aid in constructing a heavy industrial sector. China could scarcely risk losing its most consistent ally in South Asia to social imperialism for the sake of a handful of Bengalis. Accordingly, the Bengali revolt became a CIA-Soviet Union-Indian plot to destroy the Pakistan nation. As the Pakistan army moved to crush the revolt in the east, China extended material and moral support to the Pakistan regime. 41 Maulana Bashani might appeal directly to Mao, but Zhou Enlai congratulated General Yahya Khan on safeguarding national independence and state sovereignty. 42 The Chinese people were given the general's speech justifying the repression, and the general in turn quoted China in explaining his action to the Pakistanis. The repression produced an enormous flight of refugees to India. The Indian regime could not afford to neglect the opportunity. Only a few days after the repression began, the Indian High Command began to formulate plans to achieve the central aim of Indian foreign policy since 1947, the destruction of the threat of Pakistan. Thus, Chinese policy both directly and through its influence over the Pakistani left was instrumental in achieving the exact result it was supposed to be aimed to prevent. It opened the door to Indian intervention, and made it possible for the Indian government to establish a dominant position in the independent Bengali state of Mujibur Rahman. To compound the paradoxes, in August 1972, the Chinese delegate at the United Nations vetoed the entry of the new state of Bangladesh, and in May 1975, Pakistan reaffirmed its fundamental loyalty to CENTO at the Ankara meeting of the alliance. Some supporters of China have attempted to protect Beijing's honor by suggesting that officials in the Chinese Foreign Ministry were privately appalled by events in East Pakistan. No doubt in the high days of 254. The U.S. war in Vietnam, the State Department was full of officials grieving over the behavior of American troops in Vietnam. Such private qualms may be face-saving, but they do not relieve the regimes concerned of their responsibility. Others have found retrospective justification in the corruption of the Bangladesh regime and the famine of 1974. Yet China was indirectly instrumental in permitting that regime to come to power. No alternative was offered by the Bangladesh left. Forcing East Pakistan back into the authoritarian rule of Islamabad would in no way have prevented the famine. But none of this was acknowledged in Beijing or in the Chinese press, no lessons were drawn, no explanations offered either to the Chinese people or China's supporters abroad. For Sri Lanka, China has been an important ally since 1952. By 1975, China took 11.5% of the country's exports and supplied 12.5% of its imports. In 1972, China's financial aid covered 3/4 of Sri Lanka's budget deficit. 1971, however, was a difficult year. Mrs. Bandaranake's government, having done very little in its short time in office, provoked a left-wing mass revolt in the rural areas. 43, possibly 3,000 to 4,000 young people were killed, and many thousands imprisoned. China, along with the United States, The Soviet Union, Britain, India, and Yugoslavia rallied to give moral and material help to Mrs. Bandaranake's government. The Sri Lanka press published an official letter from Zhou Enlai, released by the Sri Lanka government, which offered a further long-term interest-free loan of £10.7 million and congratulated the government on defeating the insurgents. Zhou was glad to see that the chaotic situation created by a handful of persons who style themselves as Guevarists has been brought under control. On her state visit to China 2 months later, Mrs. Bandaranaike was able to thank her hosts publicly for their support. In return, Zhou thanked Sri Lanka for supporting China's application to enter the United Nations. The Middle East. China appears to have given some aid to the Palestinian Liberation Organization until King Hussein of Jordan endeavored to destroy the movement, then China assisted the government of Syria. But although Chinese propaganda made much of this aid at the time, it was the least important component in China's foreign policy in the area. What raised the most difficulties for the supporters of China was the relationship between the People's Republic and the Imperial State 255 of Iran. As a long-standing ally of the United States and a pillar of Cento, the regime of the Shah was at once aligned with a superpower, internally repressive and feudal. Yet in April 1971, when the indefatigable Zhou Enlai was busy congratulating General Yahya Khan of Pakistan and Mrs. Bandaranaike of Sri Lanka, he also found time to receive Princess Ashraf Pahlavi, sister to the Shah, on an official visit to Beijing. The princess was received by Chairman Mao, and even accompanied him on the rostrum during the May 1 celebrations, no doubt to the delight of the parading masses. Simultaneously, the Shah's notorious secret police, Savak, were launching a widespread attack on all opposition in which 13 urban guerrillas were summarily executed. Zhou praised the Shah's struggle against foreign aggression and for national construction, a phrase that possibly referred to Iran's massive military expenditure. In August, diplomatic representatives were exchanged, and the Chinese people informed that it had congratulated the Shah on his sterling work for his people. 44 The following year, the Shah himself and Empress Faradiba were accorded a warm welcome by tens of thousands of people lining the streets of Beijing. In return, Chinese representatives graced the Shah's grotesque extravaganza, the Persepolis celebrations of 2,500 years of Persian feudalism. The Shah had joined the progressive forces. The clandestine Iranian left might denounce the corruption and repressive character of his regime, but this was an entirely marginal matter so far as China was concerned. The left might deplore the continued arms drive of Iran and the use of Iran's oil revenue to finance Western arms manufacturers, but the People's Republic decreed otherwise. As an independent sovereign state, Iran has the right and every reason to ensure her self-defense by strengthening national defense. As to the kinds and number of weapons it intends to buy and from where it buys them, it is the internal affair of Iran, and other countries have no right to intervene. Whence came this right? From Iran's 1,562-mile border with the Soviet Union. Africa. The creation of national states on the African continent coincided with the development of an independent Chinese foreign policy. As a result, it was possible for China to be more effective in contest with other world powers which had not had time to consolidate positions. It is said that African guerrillas were trained in China in the early 1950s. But by the 256 late 1950s, it seems, diplomatic representatives of China were engaged in training militia and youth organizations in some African countries that received financial aid. Those financed included Ethiopia, the Batutsi government in the former Rwanda, Burundi, Algeria, Egypt, Ghana, Guinea, Mali, Somalia, and Congo. However, a contradiction soon emerged: training youth organizations could only take place if there was no hint of mobilizing an opposition to the established regime. Revolutionary propaganda opened the door to United States, and later Soviet, intervention. Thus the military government of Congo was induced to disband the youth movement. In Mali, a military coup against President Modibo Keïta ended the Chinese link. Chinese diplomats were expelled from Burundi, Dahomey, and Central African Republic. In 1964, a new diplomatic offensive took place, culminating in an African tour by Zhou Enlai. Although a number of African states were irritated by Zhou's declaration, "Africa is ripe for revolution," the visit had solid achievements. Before his visit, 7 countries recognized the People's Republic, and 15 Taiwan. Afterwards, 14 recognized China, 16 Taiwan, and 4 remained neutral. These efforts were slightly nullified by the neglect of external relations during the Cultural Revolution. However, immediately afterwards Beijing began a new drive to win diplomatic recognition as the stepping stone to membership of the United Nations. Financial aid was expanded, but this time without any hint of organizing subversive youth groups. Aid went overwhelmingly to established governments, although some assistance is said to have been given to the liberation struggles in Mozambique and Guinea-Bissau. The largest share went to Zambia for the building of the Tanzam Railway. President Konda has divulged that, at one stage, Chinese representatives did distribute propaganda in Zambia, but withdrew it and apologized when he complained. China's aid tends to contradict its stress on self-reliance, and possibly raises problems at home. During the negotiations for the Tanzam Railway, it was rumored that there was opposition to the project in Beijing because it would considerably delay China's own railway program, and would do so for a country, Zambia, where the per capita income was double that of China. To Haile Selassie of Ethiopia, China was a generous patron from the mid-1950s, despite the presence of U.S. military bases in the country. The 257 Emperor made numerous state visits to Beijing. Zhou, in October 1973, toasted the aged scoundrel, "We admire the Emperor of Ethiopia, Haile Selassie. I raise my glass to commemorate his struggle against colonialism, racialism, and slavery." Chinese loyalty was in no way deflected by the protracted War of National Liberation Forces in the province of Eritrea, a revolt the heroic emperor endeavored to root out. Nor was China more than embarrassed by the student movement in Addis Ababa, which precipitated a general strike and the collapse of the imperial regime in 1974. The Chinese people were told nothing of these events. Beijing rapidly recognized the new military rulers, extended financial aid to the emperor's successors, and refrained from comment on the escalation of the war against the Eritreans and the savage persecution of the Ethiopian trade unions, and left. 1971 was a year of embarrassment for the People's Republic not only in Asia. In July, a section of the Sudanese army, with the support of the pro-Moscow Communist Party, carried out a short-lived coup against the regime of President Nimiri. The president reacted in force with a severe repression of the communists. In Beijing, the China-Sudan Friendship Society organized demonstrations in support of Nimiri. 45 Officially, the People's Republic congratulated the president on his victory and offered him a grant equivalent to US $45 million. Meanwhile, the Soviet Union and North Vietnam made strong protests at the slaughter. China saw the events in the Sudan not as they affected the Sudanese, but only as they affected its competition with the Soviet Union. However, it was in the south that Chinese foreign policy received its greatest humiliation in Africa. The disunity of the liberation forces in the former Portuguese possession of Angola provided an opportunity for both Soviet and South African influence there, which in its turn divided the loyalties of the African states. Zambia, already immersed in a détente with South Africa, called for no more than an end to foreign intervention. Nyerere of Tanzania, the recipient of much Chinese aid, and Machel of the recently victorious Mozambique, led the majority of the Organization of African Unity in support of the MPLA, Russian and Cuban assistance or not, and against the South African-backed UNITA and the Zaire-backed FNLA. Zaire, a corrupt and brutal right-wing regime under General Mobutu, financed the FNLA, a force based upon the old tribal kingdom of the Bakongo. The leader of the FNLA was Holden Roberto, the ex-258 King of the Bakongo, and a successful businessman in Kinshasa, the Zaire capital. Like his father-in-law, General Mobutu, Roberto is reputedly strongly anti-communist. By contrast, the MPLA had a much less defined tribal base, had a major following among the urban working class of Luanda, and was explicitly opposed to private capitalism and foreign domination of an independent Angola. However, General Mobutu has received financial aid from China for a number of years. In December 1974, the general made the customary state visit to Beijing. Both the MPLA and the FNLA sent representatives to Beijing to secure aid. 46 However, China, presumably on the grounds that the Russians were assisting the MPLA, chose to support the weaker of the two, the FNLA. Roberto himself claimed in May 1974 that 200 Chinese instructors were in Zaire to train his troops. As a result, China found itself supporting a front, the FNLA UNITA, which was not only defeated, but was supported by South Africa and the United States, a factor sufficient to shift the loyalty of virtually all the African states to the MPLA. It was an ignominious disaster. China will live down the exposure, and the tides of rhetoric will once more cover the credibility gap. Yet the case illustrates the relative weakness of China's foreign policy as an instrument of change. China lacks the material power to be as effective as its rivals. As a result, it has too often been compelled to fall in with purposes it has previously condemned, simply in order to retain influence. For example, China condemned all talk of détente between the independent African states and South Africa, but by 1975 it was obliged to accept this if it wished to retain its influence in Zambia. 47 Again, despite having fostered a long relationship with Ethiopia, China was displaced by the Soviet Union in 1977 with the onset of war with Somalia. China could not match Russia's arms supplies. Latin America. Latin America, most advanced of the three backward continents and most penetrated by foreign capital, was the least suitable for Chinese preoccupations. For no amount of argument could have persuaded the left there that the threat of the Soviet Union was greater than that of the United States. In any case, there was a homegrown revolution, that of Cuba, which more clearly epitomized the conditions of the continent for the left. Fidel Castro in the 1950s 259 opposed forming a united front with the national bourgeoisie of Cuba in order to create new democracy. Guerrilla struggle, its class basis unspecified at the time, led straight to socialism. Beijing might ritually intone in 1960 that the tide of national and democratic revolution in Latin America is surging to unprecedented heights, but Fidelismo blocked any real influence. For a time it looked as though the two might collaborate, but the importance of Russian aid for Cuban survival finally proved decisive. China turned to material incentives for established governments. Peru, governed by a military regime but with the largest Chinese minority in the continent, became the main recipient of Chinese aid. A Sino-Peruvian trade agreement was signed in June 1971, shortly after the signing of a Soviet-Peruvian treaty. In the case of Chile, China warmly supported the Allende government of popular unity, despite the fact that it was not the result of a revolutionary seizure of power and despite the warning of the Indonesian disaster. 1 week after the Soviet Union offered Allende a loan of US $150 million, China capped it with an interest-free loan of US $65 million. By 1972, China had become the fourth largest buyer of Chile's copper. The Chinese press described Chile as a revolution, without qualification or warning. The coup by General Pinochet might have been an embarrassment, except that coups were by now a frequent occurrence among China's associates abroad. The Embassy of the People's Republic was one of the 3 foreign legations in Santiago that refused to offer refuge to the hunted supporters of the government, and China was the first country in the Eastern Bloc to recognize the new regime. No official statement was published in China on the question of how another progressive force had slipped through the interstices of history, although in the United Nations delegate Huang Hua expressed regret at the murder of Allende and the attack on the Cuban embassy as in violation of international practice. Subsequently, China extended the financial aid made to Allende to Pinochet. The regime was grateful. Under Secretary of Foreign Affairs, CMDR Claudio Colados specifically praised the People's Republic as one of the few countries which had not tried to isolate Chile. 48 The opportunity to scoop the Soviet Union by securing privileged access to the new regime proved a temptation too great to be resisted. Hypocrisy is the stock in trade in relations between states, each flattering the other while arming. What is surprising is not that China 260 conforms to this rule, but that so many people should be able to disregard the evidence and believe that China's activities abroad reflect the cause of world revolution. The consistency of Chinese policy is impressive, its principles have remained constant throughout the period. What has changed, unfortunately for Beijing, is the world. That is not China's fault, but it is the source of the mistakes. Policy is tested not by its rhetoric in times of stability. It is in crisis that the test comes. Unswervingly, each crisis finds the People's Republic failing by the criteria laid out in the opening section of this chapter. The current changes in the world signify the onset of a long drawn-out crisis, and herald a new opportunity for revolution. If China were devoted to world revolution in anything other than a rhetorical sense, now would be the time for a radical change of gear and the creation of an international foreign policy would be subordinated to building mass movements dedicated to the overthrow of the states with which the People's Republic has relations. Yet the Chinese state has consistently sacrificed that purpose to the maintenance of its competition with the Soviet Union. Its material support to national liberation struggles has been too marginal to affect the domination of the major powers. Its border conflicts, the defense of its sacred territory, has been the primary concern of its foreign policy, which is why the Soviet Union, still economically far weaker than the advanced capitalist bloc, is offered as the main threat. As a result, China is more often used by the other powers of the world than it is able to use them. It is China which is dragooned behind the United States or Holden Roberto. Many of China's supporters abroad do not examine the record closely. They claim that the People's Republic has policies superior to those of other states, not that it practices something different, proletarian internationalism. Then the fact that the terms of Chinese aid are better than those of its rivals, and its rhetoric borrows on a tradition of using the word revolution, becomes the substance of the case. The evidence proves otherwise. 261. Chinese foreign policy is only one aspect of the influence of Mao Zedong thought. Supporters of the Chinese Communist Party would argue, indeed, that it is only a minor aspect. Is it possible that this wider influence could stimulate revolution in the world, independently of China's official activities? Before the Sino-Soviet split, the left was crippled by its identification with the notorious tyranny of the Soviet Union. Every challenge forced socialists on the defensive, and it was Western capitalism that was able to lay claim to freedom. For the communists, only an immense intellectual evasion could keep their faith alive. Indeed, theory became a faith, an opaque scholasticism no longer accessible to any except the most dedicated student. For workers, the party remained for many years the most consistent defender of their immediate shop floor interests, but the link between those interests and the conquest of political power became so tortuous few could identify it. For politics in the party had now become identified with the interests of the Russian state, not the struggle for workers' power. The material basis of Marxism-Leninism, the defense of the national interests of the Russian ruling class, was in contradiction to its supposed principles, the international emancipation of the oppressed. Without the Sino-Soviet split, it is possible, for example, that the new left in the United States in the 1960s would ultimately have gravitated towards Moscow. As it was, the idealism of the student radicals spread outwards to embrace a wealth of doctrines, from anarchism, x. 16 Mao Zedong thought abroad. 265. Periments in new ways of life and new religions, to the orthodoxies. In the short term, the unity of a common cause, rooted in the interests of the Soviet Union, was irrevocably weakened, but in the longer term, the change compelled socialists to rethink the tired formulae of Moscow, and rediscover what the struggle for freedom was supposed to mean. The pace of the process of intellectual emancipation is not, however, determined politically by cogitation, but by events, by the crises which test the relevance of the responses inherited from the past. Events are determined independently of the left, and most frequently without socialists playing even a slight role. Socialists who will not or cannot be involved sometimes conceal their unimportance by pinning labels over events, by trying to colonize them intellectually, and thereby reconcile rectitude with impotence. The real need, however, is not labeling but to reshape thought and action so that the socialists become relevant, become able to learn anew the tasks required to shape revolt so that it is aligned with the principle of universal emancipation. Does Mao Zedong thought assist this process? There is an immediate problem. The practice of the Chinese Communist Party in its ascent to power was only indirectly related to the theory it claimed to follow. The party's basic aim was to create a strong national state, not to precipitate a world movement of self-emancipation. The material basis of power was not the party's relationship to China's working class or peasantry, but its command of an independent army and territory. The Japanese invasion gave the party its opportunity to champion Chinese nationalism, not workers' internationalism. However, these material factors play little role in Mao Zedong thought. There, it is suggested that revolution flows, not from material factors, but from ideology. The party has, in Marx's terms, an esoteric wisdom, sustained independently of the perception of workers. The wisdom does not contribute to the struggle of workers, except in the sense of giving it a style of rhetorical extremism. The party is united by doctrine, not by its relationship to a class, and it is doctrine which identifies all other parties, not their class. The party thus conforms to Marx's criterion of a sect. The sect sees the justification for its existence and its point of honor not in what it has in common with the class movement but in the particular shibboleth which distinguishes it from it. 49. 266. The party grows by inducing people to accept its ideology, and this accounts for the stress laid on education and psychological transformation. Theory does not explain the perceptions workers derive from their own experience. Rather, faith provides a spiritual consolation and direction independent of those perceptions. The faith has sometimes echoes of nonconformist Christianity, for it embodies a moral attitude rather than a scientific theory that relates the experience of a class to society as a whole. Part of the faith may be an abstract emphasis on science. For example, the Australian Marxist-Leninists say of Mao Zedong thought that it teaches us to study actual conditions and respect the facts, a proposition sadly not implemented in their publications. 50. Faith requires enemy doctrines to give it definition and unity. The differences are doctrinal, not about the appropriateness of the theory to an independent material reality. Since doctrine is all, the greatest animosity is directed at those doctrinally closest, whether communists or Trotskyists. These are traitors, not to be argued with or shown the error of their beliefs, but anathematized. Above all, the true believers are always threatened with the virus of revisionism. The word revisionism sums up the confusion. For the word is rarely defined, and therefore disagreements can never be specified and argument directed at a particular question. Yet the word has become the small change of left-wing circles today. It carries the connotation of corruption among the true believers, arising from the combination of greed and bribery by the enemies of the party. This implies that what is true belief is clear, and not revisionist. Yet it is precisely that which is in dispute. The word was not unclear when it began its life. At the turn of the century, a group of thinkers in the social democratic movement argued that some of Marx's important predictions were wrong and, furthermore, that Marxism was a science of economic analysis, showing the inevitability of socialist revolution, without indicating why anyone should do anything about it. It lacked, they said, a moral imperative to inspire workers to revolution. Some of them later formulated such an imperative, drawn from the work of the philosopher Immanuel Kant, and employed much ingenuity in trying to graft it onto Marxism. The issue is complicated, and the criticisms depended for much of their force on the peculiar character of the Marxism presented by the leading theoretician of social democracy, Karl Kautsky. Revisionism in this form was the point of re-entry for philosophic idealism, for a re-emphasis upon morality, moralizing and voluntarism. 267. Marxism was misconstrued as a bourgeois science, and then a bourgeois ethic brought in to restore the balance. It had the effect of asserting the decisive role of those who could understand what it was all about, the intellectuals. Ideas in the hands of those most adept at manipulating them were made the primary force, rather than the material reality facing the majority. The issues in dispute died with the creation of the Communist International, but not the need of intellectuals to expropriate workers intellectually within the workers' movement. The impact of Stalinism was to achieve just this result. After Stalin, it took extraordinary intellectual dexterity to master what had become sacred texts, to smooth the contradictory twists and turns of Soviet policy into one continuum. The Sino-Soviet dispute removed what is required to sustain an orthodoxy and international authority defining what is orthodox. China has established no new defining authority, so the field is open to all with the ambition to perform that role. Neo-Kantian ethics could now emerge in the guise of the correct Marxist-Leninist leadership. But the sheer diversity of correct lines jeopardizes the authority of each. For one group, all other correct lines are revisionism. Revisionism is apparently not reformism. The argument that socialism can be achieved gradually through the accepted institutions of existing society. Nor does it mean revising certain propositions advanced by Marx, for Mao has done as much of that as anyone. It is an individual error and can be overcome simply by changing loyalties. If revisionism is a dividing line between socialists, separating the true from the false, there is a similar supposed division between ruling classes. Much of the literature argues that a ruling class is wrong because it is greedy, corrupt, arrogant, the implication being that if it were not these things, it would be acceptable. Bad ruling classes are the problem, not ruling classes per se, much as in China, as we have seen, bad bureaucrats are a problem, not bureaucrats in general. The literature of Maoist groups employs the word fascist to denote bad ruling classes. Thus, in recent years, in the eyes of many supporters of China, almost the entire capitalist world is governed by fascists. Presidents Nixon and Ford, Mrs. Gandhi, Edward Heath, Mr. Fraser of Australia all have been at times fascist or semi-fascist. Governments can become fascist, and then stop being fascist, as we have seen in Beijing's view of Japan. There is no objective structure which defines the term, only subjective responses. 268. The term has another function. It provides the rationale for stages. All democratic classes, including the patriotic part of the ruling class, must be united under the leadership of the party to overthrow fascism and create new democracy. There is thus apparently an interest common to all classes in the existing national state. Once the party secures power, the workers are supposed gradually to establish their dictatorship through a series of peaceful reforms, culminating in socialism. Thus, revolution through class collaboration is followed by a gradualist and reformist stage. The effect is to displace workers' interests as the primary force in revolution. The politics of class alliance entail that the workers must restrain their instincts to the pace of development of their ally, the national bourgeoisie. The exploiters determine the tolerable degree of activity of the exploited. The party is, above all, the supreme mediator balancing between contradictory class interests. An almost identical set of propositions is embraced by pro-Moscow communists. Supporters of Mao give legitimacy to these propositions with citations from a tradition. But the quotations are not seen as responses to concrete problems at a particular time, but as abstract principles, universally applicable as are religious principles. The writings of Lenin, for example, become reduced to a set of abstractions, and since Lenin said many things which are contradictory when taken out of context, there is a vast field for doctrinal disputation. Furthermore, the Lenin of what is to be done becomes the manual of party organization, not the practice of Lenin's party organization between 1905 and 1917. In this way the ultra-leftist slogans of the Comintern's third period can, in Maoist publications, be simultaneously conjoined with their contradiction, the right-wing directives of the Comintern's 7th Congress. It will be recalled that the Comintern introduced its third period by arguing that the world was about to enter a phase of unprecedented revolutionary activity. It was therefore no longer necessary to have defensive collaboration with other working-class parties, the United Front. On the contrary, such parties were an obstacle to radicalizing the workers. The largest of these parties, the Social Democrats, was described as social fascist to emphasize the point. Communists must now prepare for armed insurrection for an immediate seizure of power. By contrast, the 7th Congress relinquished all intention of revolution. It was argued that the world was about to be swamped by fascism, and the Soviet Union might be embroiled in devastating war with Nazi 269. Germany. Defense of the Soviet Union became the overriding priority, and communists must take action to unify all national forces opposed to fascism and secure an alliance between their own state and the Soviet Union. Regardless of the validity of either strategy, they were based on quite opposite assessments of the immediate future. Yet, as we have seen, Mao's estimate of the two key elements in the Chinese party's experience are armed struggle and the United Front. The effect of this combination is paradoxical: a refusal by Maoist groups to collaborate with other working-class parties, a rejection of efforts to unite the class, and a willingness to collaborate with parties of the bourgeoisie. The result is nationalism with a left sectarian rhetoric. Because the strategy is founded upon principles, mere experience cannot invalidate it. That Spain was lost to Franco, Indonesia to Suharto or Chile to Pinochet are not relevant to testing the validity of the United Front. In fact, there are apparently no circumstances where success is not possible. The prairie is always equally dry and needs only the spark of Marxism-Leninism to ignite it. It is this abstract activism in some Maoist groups that gives it the flavor of anarchism. In the beginning was the deed. However, identifying the doctrine does not allow us to comprehend the sheer diversity among the supporters of Mao Zedong thought. All do not conform equally to the scheme. Some are drawn to third period slogans, some to the more comfortable patriotism of the 7th Congress, some to the doctrine of psychological change, with few political implications. Others are fascinated by a version of the culture of China, quite independent of the reality facing the majority of Chinese. Around such groups there is an even wider range of thought that seems particularly powerful among the European and American professional classes. A claim to support the great helmsman thus does not indicate any predictable political behavior. Usually the organized supporters of Mao Zedong thought are not tested by the demands of practice. As a result, the most serious questions concern ideological differences that may in no way be related to what the group does. However, in relationship to China's foreign policy, there are tests few can escape. For example, if the countries of the intermediate strata are part of China's progressive world alliance against the superpowers, is it justifiable to pursue revolution in one of those countries? If it were successful, it might jeopardize the security of the peoples. 270 Republic and permit the intervention of social imperialism. Yet if China's foreign policy takes priority in this equation, the group concerned has no other function than to defend the existing ruling class. China offers little guidance to its supporters abroad. In the early 1960s, it was rumored that the Chinese party intended to create a new authoritative body to define tactics. A small conference of its supporters was said to have met in Auckland in 1964, but nothing came of it. China's leadership has preferred to remain neutral, or at least intervene only to the extent that some are invited to visit Beijing, some not. A closer identification might embarrass state-to-state relationships. The obverse of this neutrality is that movements can develop under the banners of Mao Zedong thought which are actually inconsistent with it. Below, 3 examples are examined to illustrate some of these points. The Naxalbari movement in India in the mid-1960s, India was already in crisis. The optimism which accompanied the early years of independence had faded. Economic development seemed to be permanently jeopardized by the incapacity of agriculture to support industrialization, and of the external balance to support the required volume of industrial imports. In the last half of the 1960s, real factory wages declined by 7%. The central government cut public investment radically, and this afflicted most severely heavy industry and India's Ruhr, the eastern region centered in Calcutta. Between 1965 and 1969, some 100,000 people were sacked in the registered factory sector of the Calcutta Metropolitan District. Inflation accelerated and there was a sporadic but severe crisis in basic food supplies. 51 This is the background to the rapid escalation in class warfare. In the state of West Bengal, the number of workers in dispute as a percentage of all workers in registered factories rose from an average of 14 to 15 in the 1950s, to 18 in 1966, 32 in 1967 and 1968, and fully 85 in 1969. The figures illustrate imperfectly the persistent militancy of workers in eastern India. For example, at the giant Durgapur steel works there were in 1969 517 giraus, or many more than one per working day. 271. The economic crisis and the class battles placed an intolerable strain on India's fragile political order. The dominant National Party, Congress, split in 1969. The Communist Party with its leading stronghold in Calcutta had divided into a pro-Moscow party and a supposedly pro-Beijing party, CPM, in 1964-5. The events of 1967-9 again split the CPM, the dominant party in West Bengal, into a majority that retained the name, and a new overtly pro-Mao Zedong thought party, the Communist Party of India, CPML. The CPML embarked on a course of action designed to achieve power by revolution. The split in the CPM was impelled by the party's participation in the state government of West Bengal. In 1967, the CPM was a coalition partner in a short-lived administration. It fell in late 1968, and after a short period of central administration, new elections in February 1969 produced a CPM-led coalition. This survived until March 1970. In early 1967, a group of CPM cadres, without the authority of the party leadership, began an agitation for the peasant seizure of land in a district of North Bengal, Naxalbari. Beijing identified the Naxalite movement as led by a revolutionary group in the Indian Communist Party. It was full of praise for the movement, and affirmed confidently that, so long as the Indian proletarian revolutionaries adhere to the revolutionary line of Marxism-Leninism Mao Zedong thought and rely on their great ally, the peasants, it is entirely possible for them to establish one advanced revolutionary rural base after another in the huge backward rural areas and build a people's army of a new type. 52 Beijing gave no evidence that the revolutionaries were proletarian, nor whether bases could be established in modern India, nor did it report a number of other peasant agitations parallel to that in Naxalbari since they were directed by an unrecognized leadership. By its praise of the Naxalites and by its criticism of individual CPI leaders, Beijing distanced itself from the CPM. However, in general there was little coverage of India in Chinese publications, particularly in 1968 when, apparently, the Indian Revolution announced in 1967 disappeared from view. In 1968, the West Bengal state government with its strong CPM contingent was obliged to launch a police counter-attack on the Naxalites. Naxalite publications continued through 1968 to report the spread of the movement far beyond Naxalbari. Indeed, the relative weakening of the movement in Naxalbari was explained by the leadership as the result of the lack of a strong party organization. In November, the first steps were taken to set up a new party and make a formal break with the CPM. Charu Mazumdar, a former CPI district secretary, became the new leader of the organization. He proclaimed that the main contradiction in India was between the peasantry and feudalism. Armed struggle was the priority for the Qadars as a method of inciting the peasants to seize the land and crops of landlords. Finally, in March 1969, at an open rally in Calcutta, the CPML was inaugurated. The new party had, apparently, no program or constitution. It was to be clandestine, rural-based and armed. Beijing gave unstinted public support to the party in general and Charu Mazumdar in particular, even attributing a new agitation in Andhra Pradesh to his personal leadership. The Andhra movement, it was said, now included 300 villages, administered by revolutionary councils and committees. 53 An attentive reader in Beijing must have been astonished at the speed with which so much had been accomplished. In fact, the CPML had had some success in maintaining small armed groups in various areas, but had not succeeded in inciting the participation of the peasants in any significant numbers. The Qadars remained overwhelmingly Calcutta students. The illegality of the party's activities obliged it to work in conditions of extreme secrecy which had the effect of blurring the distinction between the party and ordinary bandit gangs, so limiting its appeal to an uncommitted rural population. Police and military units became increasingly successful in pursuing and infiltrating the partisan units, and the party was obliged to be even more secretive. This was no Jinggang mountain region, but densely settled areas, within easy access of district towns. Peasant informers, whether eager for police favor or simply to defend themselves and their villages from reprisals, were everywhere. Mazumdar finally concluded that any open organization would lead to the domination of the party by rich peasants and revisionism, so that all must be secret. Only a completely clandestine group could lead the landless. Apparently the politics of the 273 party and the landless were too weak to withstand revisionism. When the party had secured areas against class enemies, it would become possible to create mass organizations. Beijing apparently expressed no disapproval of this change of emphasis. Later, after the defeat of the CPML, it was argued that Mazumdar's change of emphasis constituted neglect of mass organization and a deviation from Mao Zedong thought. Is this correct? As we have seen, in the early days of partisan warfare in China, mass organizations were not formed until after the party had secured a stable administration. Indeed, Mao went much further in 1930, suggesting that the party must hold cities before mass mobilization was possible. Only after wiping out comparatively large enemy units and occupying the cities can we arouse the masses on a large scale and build up a unified political power over a number of adjoining counties. Only thus can we arouse the attention of people far and wide. 54 The needs of military survival rendered any alternative approach in areas close to enemy-occupied towns willfully irresponsible. If there is a criticism of Mazumdar's orthodoxy, it is that unlike Mao he pursued a poor peasant line. He set the party to incite land seizure against the rich peasantry. By contrast, Mao urged an alliance with the rich peasantry and, during the Second United Front period, with the patriotic landlords and gentry. Mao's alliance was to be directed against Japanese imperialism, but Mazumdar had already defined the main contradiction as between peasant and landlord. Presumably, Mazumdar would have had to identify foreign capital in India as the main enemy, and endeavor to build a class coalition against it. Beijing made no effort to point this out. It continued to offer public support. In late 1969, Mazumdar announced that the party was on the verge of forming a People's Liberation Army to begin full-scale civil war. By early 1971, the PLA would have begun its triumphal march across the plains of Bengal. So far as tactics were concerned, Mazumdar and his associates did not restore the earlier emphasis on mass organizations. On the contrary, they moved in the opposite direction, to the annihilation tactic. Now it was not so much self-reliant mobile guerrilla groups, inciting the peasants to seize land, but individual cadres assassinating particular landlords in the hope that this would set off peasant revolution. Beijing voiced no criticism, but, on the contrary, stressed that the CPML had unswervingly taken the correct road of seizing political power by armed force. Now, Peking Review reported, 100 square miles of Andhra Pradesh were under guerrilla control as well as areas in 6 other states. The Indian government was tottering. 55 In mid-1969, a major change took place. Mazumdar directed the CPML cadres to return to Calcutta. There, the CPM-led government, it was claimed, were imposing a reign of white terror. Only red terror could defeat it. It is not clear why this change took place, whether it reflected the party's relative lack of success and increasing police harassment in the rural areas, or the need to replenish the ranks of the cadres from Calcutta. However, the result was open street warfare between the two parties. The CPML proclaimed a small-scale cultural revolution in educational institutions. Mazumdar described it as the students destroying the superstructure of bourgeois culture while the peasants destroyed the base. Beijing presumably disapproved of the change since it lapsed into silence. For the ordinary Chinese reader, the heroic Indian Revolution disappeared without explanation. But in Calcutta, the war between the CPM and CPML gave the national government the opportunity to intervene with military power. Most of the cadres of the CPML and many of those of the CPM were killed or imprisoned. It is said that, in November 1970, Beijing did privately inform Mazumdar of certain criticisms, and extracts from this letter have been published in a source sympathetic to the CPML. 56 The excerpts make a number of points, of which the most important is that the CPML misunderstood the concept of the United Front and neglected mass struggle. Both, it said, must be created in the course of the conquest of power, not afterwards. As noted earlier, this is not true of mass organizations in China. The Chinese party stressed the need for unity between the exploiter and the exploited. The characterization of the bourgeoisie as a whole comprador is wrong. The letter did not divulge whether this was also true of landlords, nor what political force in India would play the role of the Kuomintang in China in the United Front. The logic of the case, if not the realities, suggested the CPML should ally with the Congress. 275-275. However, our central interest is not the personal role of Mazumdar and the CPML leadership, but rather whether the party followed the line of Mao Zedong thought in essentials. In that respect, the Chinese party confirmed, the general orientation of the CPML is correct, but its policy is wrong. Amid the ruins of the party, there were few to ask how the general orientation could be correct and yet invoke such a terrible defeat. Nor did anyone draw political conclusions from the fact that Calcutta's working class had been through a movement of revolt more massive than that seen in the rural areas, but without the self-proclaimed proletarian leadership. India in 1970 was not China in 1930 or 1937 or 1947. There was no Japanese invasion that paralysed the Kuomintang government and permitted the building of the Yan'an base. Indian forces in 1970 could reach almost all parts of the country speedily in a way the Kuomintang could not, even before the Japanese invasion. There were no local warlords jeopardizing the power of the national government. Even if there had been a foreign invasion, it seems unlikely that a stable rural base could have been created in areas with a potential for material and political survival. In this scheme of misjudgments, Mazumdar's errors were of relatively minor significance. Beijing published no lessons. Mrs. Gandhi had been given a unique opportunity to re-establish central power in West Bengal, to purge a stronghold of the left. Thousands of the most idealistic and self-sacrificing young people of India had been thrown to destruction for no useful purpose at all. The CPM was defeated for 6 years. Yet Beijing felt no need to correct any errors. The Indian Revolution merely disappeared from the pages of Peking Review. Portugal in revolution. The fascist regime of Portugal collapsed in April 1974 after more than 40 years in power. General Spinola inherited office and was obliged to take steps to restore representative institutions and a free press. Almost immediately, there was an upsurge of popular agitation against what remained of the old order, in particular the secret police. Sections of the army were radicalized and Spinola fell. The creation of militant trade unions, together with massive strikes and demonstrations, pushed politics rapidly to the left. The Communist Party, which emerged in April with the largest following among workers, found itself holding the center, with the Socialists and Social Democrats on the right and a scatter. 276 of organizations the Communists called ultra-left on the other flank. The party's aim was to use its worker following as a bargaining counter to secure a firm position among the junior officers of the army, the armed forces movement, which held the balance of power. The right, with substantial foreign help, reorganized. There were physical attacks on the Communist Party and some infiltration of the Socialists. However, the right's opportunity to reverse the tide came with an ill-judged and abortive coup by left-wing officers and men in November 1975. Mao Zedong thought was important on the left, whether as a form of vague emancipatory populism, a formal doctrine of armed struggle, or the inspiration of an organization. There were four groups of significance: the Portuguese Communist Party, PCP, or AOC, publishing a paper, Voz de Operaia; the MRPP, with a paper, Luta Popular, FEC, and the UDP. All four organizations in one form or another accepted the idea of stages. The first task was to build a broad class alliance to carry the country through a democratic stage, not a workers' mass organization for the conquest of power. The MRPP was initially the most extreme. Its cadres courted imprisonment and denounced the left's stronghold in the army, Kopken, as simply the old fascist secret police. However, as the Communist Party advanced its influence in the armed forces movement, China's foreign policy concans overshadowed both the PCP and the MRPP. A restoration of fascism became relatively less important than the threat of social fascism, that is, the pro-Moscow communists. In 1975 the situation was highly unstable. The Western powers used their influence to discredit the communists and, by implication, those further left. In such circumstances, the PCP allied with the Socialist Party and parties further to the right, denouncing the rest of the left as creatures of social fascism. There were even reports that members of the PCP participated in the armed attacks on communist headquarters in the north. The MRPP described these attacks as the peasantry rising up against social fascism. When the luckless communist cadres at Leiria endeavored to defend themselves, the party was accused of shooting down peasants. Both organizations adjusted their politics to defeat the Communist Party. The PCP supported the right-wing program of Major and 277 tunes in the armed forces movement, and the MRPP supported the candidate of the right, General Eanes, for the presidency. The MRPP worked closely with the Socialist Party to split the communist-controlled Trade Union Federation, the Intersyndical, and organized demonstrations against the general strikes of August and November 24. Both groups supported the FNLA in Angola. Both the PCP and the MRPP were loyal to the thought of Mao Zedong, and, as a result, were consistently on the right of Portuguese politics. They added a tone of left-wing rhetoric to the efforts being made to stifle a revolution. The communists were not concerned to make a revolution in Portugal, but the attack upon them was designed to make a revolution impossible, and, although neither organization had great influence, the two groups added their weight to the counter-revolutionary movement. FEC was a federation of groups that argued that any struggle for power was utopian until the party had been built. They were thus able to combine extremist rhetoric with conservative and cautious practice. In the great events of the time, they chose to abstain. The UDP, on the other hand, the largest of the organizations, diverged from Mao Zedong thought when this collided with the movement of the left as a whole. Thus their paper stressed the dangers of social fascism but treated the threat of Russian and American domination as equally dangerous. The UDP collaborated with other groups on the left, but not with the communists. In China, Mao Zedong thought summarized retrospectively some of the tactics the party was obliged to pursue for survival. The tactics were flexible because the party had an independent military base. But in Portugal this historical residue became a straitjacket, inhibiting even the tactics appropriate to survival. The right might, in certain extreme circumstances, have tried to use the followers of Mao as a disguise for its advance to power. Once in power, the followers of Mao would have been annihilated along with the rest of the left. The only defense for the left was to build a basis of independent power in a mass workers' movement, and that was only possible if the politics of winning state power were fused with the real material interests of workers. No mere party, even with clandestine military units, could substitute for this. The FEC and the UDP diverged from the logic of Mao, and operated pragmatically, with resulting muddle and inconsistency. 278. In all cases, the doctrine of stages was a means to insert a separate class interest, to make the party and its leadership the master, not the leader, of the workers. It was a utopian aim since Portuguese workers remained unconvinced that either stages or protracted struggle were necessary. To choose these was to opt for the victory of the right. 57. The intermediate zone in the industrialized countries, there has been no continuing upsurge in political activity. Mao Zedong thought has not been tested in practice as it has in India and Portugal. The followers of Mao, organized in a few clearly defined groups within a broader current of opinion sympathetic to China, have therefore been largely restricted to doctrinal matters. A recurrent problem is to define the class of country in which the group operates, since this determines the main contradiction. For Norway's AKP, the most important contradiction in the world is between the peoples of the world and imperialism, that is, between the two superpowers and the rest. Thus the task appropriate to Norway is to build a united front to eliminate American and Russian influence on the basis of independent national capitalism. 58. In Australia, the CPA, a clandestine organization, identifies the country as part of the Third World, struggling for its national independence. At first the struggle was primarily against American influence, but latterly it has been directed against the threat of Soviet aggression. The change produces a familiar paradox. In 1975 Fraser's Conservative Liberal and Country Party replaced Whitlam's Labour government. The Fraser administration was more anti-communist than that of Whitlam, so the threat of Soviet aggression loomed larger in its preoccupations. A shift from left to right in the domestic scene produced a shift from right to left in foreign policy. Vanguard, weekly paper of the CPA, praised Fraser's foreign policy, even though on other occasions it referred to him as the fascist Fraser. While the result of the coup is to have a more realistic foreign policy, it is also bound to lead to attacks upon the living standards and democratic rights of the people. 59. China's foreign policy imposed a comparable paradox on the pro-China KPD and KPD in West Germany. When China welcomed West Germany into the comedy of progressive opposition to the Super 279. 279. Powers receiving with particular hospitality the leader of the German parliamentary right, Franz Joseph Strauss. The supporters of Mao loyally demonstrated for a strengthening of NATO. Indeed, it is said that the KPD tried to sue the Bundesrepublik Defense Minister, George Labour, for neglecting Germany's military preparedness in the face of the threat of Russian aggression. The contradiction between external and domestic policy in Maoist eyes was duplicated in France. General de Gaulle's reassertion of French nationalism abroad was approved while growing fascisation was detected at home. Attempts to prevent fascism in France might have included the agitation of the United Socialist Party and other socialist organizations for trade union rights in the French army in 1975. However, supporters of China did not see it in this light. They attacked subversive activity in the army, attributing it to the intrigues of the social fascists as part of Russia's grand scheme to suborn France. Maoist groups are reasonably consistent in their orientation on local nationalism and building a coalition of classes. They are less consistent in their attitude to the working class. Some have orientated on the trade union movement, the Swedish KFML, Norway's AKP, and the Communist Party of Britain. But, for example, the Appel tendency in Denmark and Sweden holds that the entire working class of the industrialized countries is a labor aristocracy, living off the exploitation of the backward countries. CAC's activity has therefore been restricted to charitable efforts to help particular backward countries. In the same way, the Danish KF operated for a long time to spread friendship between Danes and China, as did the October League in the United States. Politics fade into a cultural identification with China, but a China charged with fantasy. This view of China is popular among sections of the intelligentsia. It is a kind of daydream, and in no way inconsistent with extreme hostility towards organized labor. The image of the selfless guardians of the Chinese Communist Party, a dedicated elite serving a grateful but untutored mass, has appeal in some professions, for example, medicine and teaching. Perhaps another section of the professional middle class is drawn to the rhetorical extremism characteristic of La Cause du Peuple in France. In 1969 the paper promised the French bourgeoisie, and when we want to, all together, we'll kidnap you, we'll spit in your throats and hang you. 280. First, by the feet, and if you don't understand then, by the neck. The paper was banned in 1970 for advocating murder, theft, pillage, and arson. These side currents, the one, the daydream of the professional classes, the other, its nihilist nightmare, reflect social tensions and alienation, but not particularly Mao Zedong thought. It is the stage props of the United Front, class collaboration, and loyalty to China's foreign policy which reveal that foreign policy was the only area of difficulty, the only point where reality could touch the doctrine. Some prided themselves on following China through thick and thin. Humanite Rouge wired its congratulations to Pakistan's General Yahya Khan on the slaughter of Bengalis in 1971. Australia's Vanguard pronounced in 1971 on events in Ceylon, "The people of Ceylon have taken to arms against the great tea plantation owners, against exploitation. Their efforts to date have revealed the essential capitalist character of Mrs. Bandaranaike." Shortly afterwards, Beijing revealed that China was on the side of Mrs. Bandaranaike and the great tea plantation owners. Vanguard did not flinch. "We have made a mistake. Chairman Mao has shown us the correct way again. The mistakes are supremely unimportant, for the audience is tiny, the proclamations no more than shadow play. But the mistakes show a method of approaching questions, the same servility to authority that Stalin bred among the communists. The Marxist-Leninists have no independent criteria, no worldview founded upon the material existence of a world class, no disciplines rooted in an objective social situation. The impact of Mao Zedong thought on the world has been small by comparison with that of the October Revolution. In general, established communist parties have not been afflicted by severe splits. The greatest impact has been felt by the intelligentsia of the backward countries, particularly in Asia. In conditions of major social upheaval, Mao's ideas can be important. For example, in the 1973-6 revolt in Thailand, the workers of Bangkok fought alone. Those who claimed to be revolutionaries were far away in the hills of the northeast, practicing guerrilla warfare with the perspective of surrounding Bangkok after 20 years' struggle, long after many of the workers on strike would have died of old age. Mao Zedong thought robbed the Thai movement of a leadership, and ensured Sino-Thai relations were not embarrassed. The Sino-Soviet dispute did have a liberating effect, but if we restricted our attention to Marxist-Leninist groups, the proposition would be doubtful. The supporters of Mao seem most often to have CRE 281. 281. Aided only new prisons of the mind, new esoteric wisdoms to isolate themselves from workers. Not all Mao's supporters had the stomach to pursue Beijing's logic to its conclusion, the defense of local capitalism. Their instincts rebelled against the transformation of revolution into its opposite. But instincts, like common sense, sensible fellows in their own sitting rooms, as Engels once put it, are not enough in the outside world. Insofar as supporters of Mao are loyal to his thought and Beijing's foreign policy, they are counter-revolutionary. Insofar as they bend it to fit their instincts as workers, they are confused. No collective self-emancipation can result. Part 6. The Chinese Communist Party and Marxism 285-286. At the risk of repetition, let us summarize the argument. On the evidence presented, it is reasonable to conclude that the Chinese Communist Party does not embody the class interests of either the workers or the peasants of China. By no criterion can the People's Republic be seen as a workers' state, although at various times the regime has claimed to embody the dictatorship of the proletariat. In 1978, as in 1949, the most important role of the workers of China was not the leadership of the country but as the primary source of the surplus which sustains the state and national accumulation. The mass of the peasants have been permitted to retain a larger share of their very much smaller product, but again, by no stretch of the imagination can they be seen as collectively directing the Chinese state. The reality is concealed by the party's consistent confusion of popular consultation with majority control, of mass support with mass initiative, of popular participation with democracy, of the emancipation of the state and the productive forces with the self-emancipation of the majority. On the other hand, when the communists came to power, they did not embody the aims of the other two classes identified by the party, the capitalists and landlords. The new state demonstrated this when, having secured power, it eliminated both of them. The concessions to private business in the early years were not forced out of the state, but awarded to achieve increased production. The state was not a Bonapartist clique, balancing between classes. It had its own independent power, far greater than that of landlord and capitalist. It eliminated them. 17. Modern capitalism and the bourgeois revolution. 287. In part to tighten its control of the other two classes for its own independent purpose, national accumulation. In sum, then, it seems Marxism is wrong, invalid in the light of Chinese experience. Parties do not embody the interests of particular social classes, themselves the products of the social division of labor rooted in the material foundations of society. The state does not necessarily embody a particular class. The Chinese Communist Party has consistently claimed to represent the national interest, over and above all sectional claims, whether of workers, peasants, capitalists, or landlords. The party's definition of national interest included benefits for the exploited, but they did not include the abolition of exploitation, the wage system, nor the right of the exploited to fashion directly the new state. The rhetoric of the regime suggested the reverse, but, in essence, the claims of the Chinese state are not dissimilar to the claims of Western capitalist regimes to represent the people. Clearly, Marx's slogan, "The emancipation of the working classes must be achieved by the act of the working classes themselves," was false in China. 1. It was equally false during the Cultural Revolution, launched and terminated by the party leadership, and in no way changing the structure of power. In 1949 the party did the emancipating on behalf of the Chinese nation. In the Cultural Revolution, if there was emancipation, it was largely the result of actions by Mao and his Cultural Revolution group. If the party represents the national interest, how is it distinguished from ordinary bourgeois parties that make the same claim? Marxists have hitherto understood that the parties of the bourgeoisie always present the interests of the ruling class as the national interest. But if the Chinese Communist Party's claims are correct, there is a national interest different from the interests of the constituent classes of a country. Then the critique of bourgeois parties becomes uncertain. In bourgeois democracy, the right of a party to claim to represent the national interest in theory turns on its willingness to submit to elections to parliament. In competition with other parties, a majority vote supposedly vindicates what the winning party says the national interest is. Not even that exists in China to validate the claims of the Communist Party. Clearly, Marxism is incapable of a coherent account of the Chinese Revolution and of the People's Republic. The theoretical assumptions. 288. contradict the known reality. A non-class force, representing the national interest, came to power in an isolated backward country. On the basis of its own independent consciousness, the Communist Party then began to construct socialism. The material basis of China was apparently not a decisive obstacle to the socialist transformation. Charles Bettelheim, a distinguished defender of the Chinese order, puts it in this way: what has happened in China demonstrates in effect that the low stage of development of the productive forces is not an obstacle to the socialist transformation of social relations and does not have the necessary result, arising from the process of primitive accumulation, of aggravating social inequality, etc. 2. Provided only that there exists a proletarian party armed with revolutionary theory and playing a direct role, socialism can be built. In sum, the party can both conceive and implement a strategy to achieve socialism, independent of the society of which it is a product. The problem can only be resolved if we reconsider the context in which Chinese development has occurred. Modern capitalism and the state competition between capitalists concentrates capital in a few hands and production in a few large-scale plants and in a few geographical areas. By Lenin's time, sectors of national production were already dominated by a few large companies, monopoly capital. The maintenance of monopoly required the state to exclude or restrict competition from foreign rivals. The state became a major factor, working in alliance with the corporate giants, and negotiating with other states over the conditions of competition in the world market. Competition was intensified in the world market as a result of the colonization of each domestic market by the state. Thus, the centralization of capital was even further accelerated. Slump and war compelled each national bourgeoisie to subordinate its private activities to state direction as the condition of its own survival. Indeed, in time of war, the state converted itself into the board of directors of one gigantic national conglomerate, all the efforts of which were directed against the external enemy. The change sapped the system's juridical foundations in private property. The mass of shareholders became passive pensioners of the system, not its directors. The state replaced them in many respects. 3. Owner. 289. Ship became decisive for wielding power only when it was massive. The professional managers in private companies depended upon the favor of the largest institutional owners of stock, not their own holdings. In the public sector, even these considerations did not apply. Indeed, the boundaries between public and private became so blurred as scarcely to exist. The state financed private activities, taxes on business profits contributed to financing the state, businessmen directed segments of the public sector, and civil servants moved into private business. The growth of capitalism produced the steady attrition of the majority of those people previously identified as capitalists. The institutional transformation in no way changed the central drive, accumulation as a condition of survival. But the survival at stake was not now simply that of the individual private capitalist, but of the collective capital of a national ruling class, competing with other ruling classes. The extension of the state to encompass all domestic activities in no way changed matters. As Engels long ago pointed out, the modern state, whatever its form, is an essentially capitalist machine. It is the state of the capitalists, the ideal collective body for all capitalists. The more productive forces it takes over, the more it becomes the real collective body of all the capitalists, the more citizens it exploits. The workers remain wage earners, proletarians. The capitalist relationship is not abolished, it is rather pushed to an extreme. For this statification of the national parts of the world system was accelerated by the conditions of slump in the interwar years and the Second World War. It was an empirical response. Few people endeavored to lay out a plan for the reorganization of the advanced capitalist countries, to defend a particular country against its rivals. 5. The processes were only indirectly acknowledged in the bourgeois theories of society. Supposedly, the slow transformation was merely a marginal amendment to the idealization of 19th-century capitalism presented in the founding theories. Nonetheless, the process was general, whether, as in Britain and France, without major political upheaval, in the United States through the instrument of Roosevelt's New Deal program, or in Germany through Nazism or Japan through its New Order. 6. Almost every country stumbled in the same direction. The state reorganized society to a greater or lesser degree on the model of its own instrument of power, the army. The militarization of Germany, the imposition of what was supposedly strict hierarchy, the direction of labor, the elimination of dissent as treason, the destruction 290 of trade unions and political parties, all were designed to make every citizen a soldier. The largest private businessmen were guaranteed their profits provided they accepted the state's direction that all national efforts should be organized to compete abroad and not at home. 7 sections of the ruling class fought the trend fiercely. Those that would fail to inherit in the new order had to oppose it as the condition of their survival. Keynes might threaten the rentier with euthanasia, but something much slower was required to achieve orderly change. In practice, too many people, like Keynes himself, made a little something on the stock exchange, for the rentier to be completely wiped out. He survived the war, and even managed to make a modest, albeit carefully controlled, revival in the conditions of post-war boom. It required a radical break with old capitalism, a dialectical leap, to achieve the right state structure. While private capitalism might evolve towards state capitalism, it could not reach it without a new social foundation. The old social relations of production impeded even the limited rationalization involved in state capitalism. The demands of the Second World War accelerated the trend, which continued after the war although at a slower pace. By contrast with the interwar years, a long-term boom quite unexpected for the ruling classes of the advanced countries pushed the world economy into unprecedented growth from 1948. The elaborate state controls were dissolved under the acid of a revival in private capitalism. Autarky faded before a new liberalization. But the state did not entirely relinquish its position in the civil economy. In the military sphere, in the face of greater rivalries than ever before, expansion reached new records in the effort to maintain a permanent preparation for war. For those of the advanced countries in relative decline in the 1960s, Britain and Italy, the role of the state in the civil economy continued to increase despite the boom. In Britain, centralization proceeded with particular speed. In 1909, 15% of manufacturing net output was produced by the 100 largest firms, by 1930, 25%, and by 1970, 45%. In the 1950s, under a supposedly pro-private business government, the state employed nearly a quarter of the total labor force, invested 40% of gross national investment and took 40% of the gross national product. Between 1890 and 1955, the state's share of 291. The gross national product had risen from 4 to 37%, a 47-fold increase in money terms. The state had an even more important role in promoting future growth. In Britain, roughly 3/4 of research expenditure in the key technological industries has been advanced by the state in the past 20 years. In the United States, of the projected national expenditure on research and development for 1976-7 of US $38 billion, $21 billion was provided by the federal government, while some 2/3 of academic research was financed by the state. What can we infer about the nature of the system from these trends? First, that the most advanced productive forces had broken out of the shell of private ownership. Whatever the institutional forms, whether the state or some combination of the state and large private corporations, ownership per se was not a decisive question. The mass of private owners had become simple parasites, living off the proceeds of production as pensioners, but without any role or power to influence the process. Of course, the rentier's loss was the gain of the largest owners. Their power now drew together vast concentrations of capital. Under the impact of world economic growth, the productive forces had broken out of the old mold in a different way. The largest private companies had in part escaped from the state itself. In Europe, the national ruling classes were obliged to try to recapture them by creating a common market, by setting up the political framework for a vastly increased scale of concentration, the standards of which were determined by the United States, a much larger unit than any single European state. That still did not snare the multinational corporations in conditions of boom. Their activities encompassed the globe, using states as stepping stones in a world contest. However, in neither case, whether the EEC or the multinationals, were such institutions able to mobilize the physical force required to defend their position in conditions of slump. Physical force remained the monopoly of the national state. The return of slump or long-term stagnation could thus produce both the disintegration of the common market, paralyzed by the competing interests of its constituent national ruling classes, and the retreat of the multinationals behind the boundaries of national state protection. The tendency to the internationalization of the 292 world's means of production conflicts directly with the political form of the social relations of production, the national state. Much of the orthodox left remained unable to draw the political conclusions. They remained preoccupied with the private nature of ownership. Indeed, for some, the decline of private ownership was seen as a step towards socialism. Yet it was capitalism itself which impelled state direction, ownership, financing, and planning, the conditions of survival in the new phase of competition. European social democracy became one of the forces pressing for statification, for the strengthening of the national state against the declining segments of private capital. Nationalization without workers' control, without a change in the balance of class power, represented no more than a rationalization of capitalism, a fortification of the position of the existing ruling class. Indeed, insofar as the future of the productive forces was embodied in an international economy, this strengthening of the national state was essentially reactionary. The key question, what happened to the wages system, remained unasked. State planning had no automatic working class character. It distinguished modern capitalism and the corporate managers from 19th century capitalism and its mass of small capitalists, but in itself it did not advance the interests of workers. Indeed, nationalization and planning, without a change in class power, were the bourgeoisie's methods of increasing exploitation to compete more effectively with its foreign rivals. Only in the sense that, with increased centralization of power, the system became more vulnerable to attack, could such changes be seen as an advance for workers, and then the advance depended upon there being a revolutionary workers' movement to make the attack. The bourgeois revolution. If the capitalist class was in decay, how could the capitalists seize power in relatively backward countries and perform its historical tasks, the accumulation of capital and the socialization of the labor force? In Tsarist Russia, the native employers were not a popular class of small local businessmen, rooted in the cities, towns, and villages. Industrial development had been undertaken not by Russian capitalists but by the Tsarist state as the condition of its military survival. The Tsars undertook the development of the Donets coal basin, the steel and engineering industries, built the Trans-Siberian 293 railway, expanded ports and telecommunications, all to defend the imperial frontiers. Private business was heavily concentrated in foreign hands. Thus, the class of indigenous private employers was tiny when the Russian working class was already large. The employers, even had they wished, could not have led all the classes of Russia against the Tsar. By the 1890s, most European Marxists recognized that the bourgeoisie could no longer lead the majority. Furthermore, Russian employers would not dare to make the attempt lest they unleash the proletariat, which would overwhelm both the Russian state and the employers together. The first Social Democratic Manifesto of 1898 put it this way: "The further east one goes, the weaker, meaner and more cowardly in the political sense becomes the bourgeoisie." Yet Tsarist Russia was among the most advanced of the backward countries and, though dominated by foreign capital, at least had sufficient political independence to rank as imperialist. What of the other backward countries? There, the entrenched position of the great concentrations of world capital, backed often by direct political control through colonialism, meant that the bourgeois revolution was impossible unless it also established the political independence of the country concerned. Quite often, as in Russia, the native capitalists were anxious to secure a monopoly position, to exclude the competition of the advanced concentrations of foreign capital. They were thus drawn to oppose foreign domination. Yet simultaneously, their weakness made them materially dependent upon foreign capital. They were economic extensions of the great world concentrations rather than indigenous growths. For the same reason, even in conditions of political independence, private business was incapable of repeating what the European capitalists had done in the 19th century, building independent capitalist economies. In special cases, a dependent development was possible, but in most cases not even that. The confidence of the private employers also varied with their fortunes in the market. When the world system boomed, there were far greater chances of undertaking the political tasks. In the interwar years of slump, the opportunities evaporated from fear that any political change would lead to disaster. The private employers in most backward countries could not create a bourgeois republic. Even in industrialized Germany, at an earlier stage, the private employers could not overthrow the Kaiser, let alone establish a stable republic. It took German workers to destroy the old imperial order, but then the 294 highest achievement of the German bourgeoisie was the Weimar Republic, founded upon counter-revolution, tottering from one crisis to another, speared at every stage by the intransigent vengeance of its victorious neighbors, and finally tumbling helplessly into Nazism. In Japan in the 1920s, a similar exercise in weak bourgeois rule effectively became fascism under the impact of world slump. Now the barbarities of war became the only method of safeguarding the old order. In backward Italy, Poland, Romania, Hungary, Portugal, and finally Spain, fascism became the sole means available to ensure, if not progress, at least the survival of the ruling class. In China, it was a comparable order under Chiang Kai-shek's Kuomintang. Yet even then, the territory of China could not be unified under the national government, nor could Nanjing provide serious opposition to the depredations of Japan. Such regimes emerged from defensive reactions to world crisis. But they went halfway to meet the needs of national survival, to securing national independence and the bourgeois revolution. They could go only halfway because of the decay of the world capitalist class, its dominant economic position and yet its social shallowness in the backward countries. The material basis for an effective national class of private employers had disappeared. The bourgeois revolution had become an archaic concept. The growth of the great concentrations of capital in the hands of the industrialized powers and the resulting decay of capitalists in both advanced and backward countries made the tasks of the bourgeois revolution contradictory. The accumulation of capital, national independence, and the socialization of the labor force became mutually inconsistent. Some of the backward countries opted for the first, some for the second, almost none were able to achieve the third. For those who opted for national independence, it became not, as in the case of the United States, a means of popular emancipation but the simple precondition of national survival. In the 20th century, the program of popular freedom has all but disappeared in the face of the changed preconditions of some measure of national independence. The masses are offered improved welfare as a substitute for freedom. Sun Yat-sen, founder of the Kuomintang in China, or Nehru in India, the lineal descendants of Garibaldi, to a greater or lesser extent accommodated to the changed conditions in their demand for socialism, a system in which the state assumed the dominant directing position in the economy. Most of the backward 295 countries entering independence in our own times, Nasser's Egypt, Ahmed Ben Bella's Algeria, Sukarno's Indonesia, Nkrumah's Ghana have adopted strikingly similar formulae. But in terms of actual state power as opposed to popular welfare, even the declared right-wing regimes, like Brazil, are drawn in the same direction. The bourgeois revolution was founded upon the demand for the freedom of the majority. That demand fused the perceptions of different classes in a common social transformation, culminating in the conquest of the old state. But in the 20th century, the material requirements of state power, of surviving against the now much stronger dominant powers, rule out the possibility of popular freedom. The revolutionaries of national independence have substituted social reform, a clumsy accommodation to the contradictory interests of different classes. Even so, many of the leaders were still frightened of the possibility of unleashing a popular revolution. They went only halfway to meet the need of the time, to the mixed economy or democratic socialism. However, without a popular revolution, a peasant war, how were the revolutionaries to come to power? Only through the army or a comparably disciplined instrument, a mass party. If such instruments could be rendered independent of the interests of existing classes, there was no need to demand liberty. At the moment when history required it, a model was created. 297 297 298. The Marxists were supposedly engaged in a quite different undertaking, not the creation of a national bourgeoisie to withstand the impact of the advanced concentrations of capital, but the destruction of the bourgeoisie in the countries controlling the advanced concentrations of capital, not the tasks of national capital accumulation and the socialization of the labor force, but the creation of an international planned economy, founded upon the abolition of the wages system, not national liberation but the dissolution of the national state. In Tsarist Russia, the two contradictory tasks, the national bourgeois revolution and the international proletarian revolution, coincided. By European standards, Tsarist Russia was backward, its working class small, and its private industry dominated by foreign interests. The material conditions permitted only a bourgeois revolution. Yet Russia's bourgeoisie was far too weak to undertake the task. According to the Bolsheviks, the only class which could overthrow the Tsar was the working class, provided the historic allies of the bourgeoisie, the peasantry, simultaneously seized the land and so destroyed the material basis of the aristocracy, the social foundation of Tsarism. The workers would in due course be ousted from power by a new alliance of the propertied, the land-owning peasants and the capitalists, unless Russia's bourgeois revolution proved the signal for the European proletarian revolution. Then the beleaguered Russian proletariat would receive the political and material help of advanced societies to placate the Russian peasantry and ensure the survival of the workers' state. 18. The Soviet Union and the rise of a new class. 299. The Bolsheviks were not at all concerned with the national liberation of Russia. On the contrary, they identified this as the demand of the petty bourgeoisie, the revolutionary chauvinists. For the Bolsheviks, the aim was the dissolution of the Russian state in an international Soviet republic. The new International Workers' Party, the Communist International, declared that it would fight by all available means, including armed struggle, for the overthrow of the international bourgeoisie and for the creation of an international Soviet republic as a transitional stage to the complete abolition of the state. Thus, the growing contradiction between the political structure of the world, a set of competing national states, and the unified international economic structure, embodied in the domination of Tsarist Russia by foreign capital, would be resolved by creating an international republic. The perspective failed. There was no German Revolution, and the movements in other countries, substantial though they were, did not approach even the German level. There were massive defeats for the European working classes. As a result, the Bolsheviks entered a quite new situation. Two mutually exclusive sets of tasks faced them. To secure the survival of Russia as an independent national entity in a world dominated by the advanced concentrations of capital. For that, the Bolsheviks had to build the material basis of national independence, an independent economy. The historic tasks of the bourgeoisie, the accumulation of capital and the socialization of the labor force had to be accomplished. To persist in the original task and subordinate the Russian economy to that of building an international working class movement, the social foundation of an international republic. In this way, Russia's working class could escape, break out of the backward Russian ghetto and the discipline's backwardness threatened to impose on their ambitions to freedom. In the years following Lenin's death, the leadership evaded a choice between fulfilling the tasks of a Russian national bourgeoisie or those of a world working class, or rather, the effect of the faction fight within the leadership and the temporary necessities of surviving in power prevented any clear choice. The regime stumbled between domestic needs. 300 of great urgency for grain, for the rehabilitation and expansion of industry, for modern armed forces and demands from abroad, for help in Germany, Bulgaria, China, and Britain. It was the peculiar historical task of Stalin and his followers to end the stalemate, to transmit the imperatives of national survival, imposed on Russia by the world economy, into the Communist Party and the Soviet state. They were pushed by the external threat of war and the internal threat of a catastrophic fall in the grain supply into a choice, and they chose with increasing determination to transform backward Russia so that it was equipped to compete with, rather than overturn through revolution, the advanced concentrations of capital of the world economy. It was impossible to postpone the choice indefinitely. If Russia did not industrialize, the regime would sooner or later lose its basis of power and be overthrown through some combination of internal revolt and external threat. What of the other set of tasks? The prospects in Germany as the Nazis moved to power opened up again the possibility of revolution, but only if the communists had been prepared, contrary to the tactics of the Third Period, to collaborate with the Social Democrats. In France, the potential independent force that was smothered in the Popular Front was another basis for breaking Russia's isolation. In Spain, the civil war need not have been lost if Stalin had not been so obsessed with driving Britain and France into the arms of Nazi Germany. But by then, these were empty hypotheses. History now seemed to have a necessary character that flattened out all choice. The necessity was in fact no more than the subordination of the world movement to the tasks of Russia's industrialization. The party and its politics were not at all appropriate to the tasks the leadership chose. Its ranks of hardened cotters had fought, not to build National Socialism, but to win a world. The old cotters had to be purged, and a new mass membership inducted. Waves of new recruits flowed into the party in the 1920s to tilt the balance. The leadership of 1920 was transformed by 1930, and that of 1930 had been decimated by 1939. By 1939, only 1.3% of the members dated their membership from 1917, and 8.3% from 1920. At the 18th Congress 70% of the membership had joined since 1929. The politics of the party had also to be transformed, its concepts rendered opaque and confusing, a confusion through which only the party leadership could be relied upon to guide the members. Now democratic centralism was not a method of unifying one tendency in the 301 working class movement, but the principle of an authoritarian state. Now the dictatorship of the proletariat meant not the Russian working class holding power, but the Communist Party exercising a monopoly. Now the class struggle became, not a conflict between workers and capitalists, but the collision of different national orders, the Russian and the American. Now building socialism meant the accumulation of capital, emancipation, submission to the Russian state. Stalin's success in mobilizing the Russian state for accumulation demonstrated that the new Communist Party represented neither workers nor peasants, since these two classes were the primary victims of rising rates of exploitation. The party represented no class. On the contrary, it endeavored to constitute itself as a class, whose material basis lay in its collective control of the means of production through its mastery of the state. In the history of industrial societies it was a novel phenomenon that the hierarchy of a party should become a class, that its individual members should have no right of ownership over the means of production, no juridical right of inheritance, no right to profit. The originality of the Russian solution to the problem of national independence was impelled by the decay of the world capitalist class. There was now no private capitalist solution to the problem of national backwardness. Ironically, the Soviet Union carried to an extreme degree the trends of advanced capitalism, the statification of the economy, the militarization of society. In institutional terms, the Russian state leapt to a more advanced stage than that achieved by the advanced concentrations of capital themselves, the creation of a gigantic national conglomerate under one board of directors, the Russian government. The Soviet Union could accomplish its innovation to this degree only because it had, in 1917, swept away all the old social forces of the past phase of Russian national development, the forces which, in the advanced countries, held back the drift to state capitalism. Could the Soviet Union have accomplished the accumulation of capital while maintaining the advance to popular emancipation? This is clearly an absurd proposition. The accumulation of capital in conditions of national backwardness imposes a division of labor independently of the wishes of the participants, the more so, the more urgent the need to accumulate in Russia's case, in order to catch up with its foreign rivals. October 1917 was not premature for the agenda of world working. 302. Class revolution, for the working classes already formed a majority of the population in the advanced countries, but it was premature for backward Russia in isolation. Regardless of the aspirations of the new state, its behavior would be shaped by the historically appropriate task accumulation. Marx describes just such a process: if the proletariat destroys the political rule of the bourgeoisie, that will only be a temporary victory, only an element in the service of the bourgeois revolution itself, as in 1794, so long as in the course of history, in its movement, the material conditions are not yet created which make necessary the abolition of the bourgeois mode of production. Men do not build themselves a new world out of the fruits of the earth, as vulgar superstition believes, but out of the historical accomplishments of their declining civilization. They must, in the course of their development, begin by themselves producing the material conditions of a new society, and no effort of mind or will can free them from this destiny. 8. For more than a generation, the most advanced sections of the working class in the advanced countries were tied politically to the needs of accumulation in the Soviet Union, unwilling to recognize that the new Russian ruling class in no way embodied the aspirations of 1917. It was the authority of the October Revolution, the ambition of world working class power, which sanctioned Stalin's betrayal of that ambition. It permitted the Russian state to bend each workers' movement it controlled to the needs of its foreign policy, to the territorial defense of the Soviet Union as a national power. Invariably that meant Russia stressed the weakness of the workers' movement, its incapacity to rely on its own independent power, its need therefore to depend on the local bourgeoisie. At every crisis, the Soviet Union compelled its supporters to collaborate with the local ruling class against what Russia saw as its main enemy. Whether it was the United Front in China in 1927, the Popular Front in France in 1935 and during the Civil War in Spain, the Popular Unity in Chile, the historic compromise with Christian democracy in Italy today, or the absurd call of the British Communist Party in 1945 for a coalition government with the Conservative Party. 9. The working class movement was persistently sacrificed to the defense of that bulwark of socialism, the Soviet Union. The consistency of the record betrayed a strategic political position. Many years before, Rosa Luxemburg had confronted the same argument as Stalin's in the writings of Bernstein. She concluded that the argument that the working class was too weak to take power was, in reality, nothing. 303 more than a general opposition to the aspirations of the proletariat to possess itself of state power. 10. The general opposition flowed from the particular opposition of the Russian state to working class power in Russia and to the conditions of instability that jeopardized its own existence. None of this was of any significance to those struggling for national independence in the mass of backward countries. They were impressed rather more by the heroic repudiation of the control of the advanced centers of capital. Russia was anti-imperialist because it was dedicated to achieving equality with the leading centers. It was anti-capitalist because to undertake accumulation it utilized the state, not private businessmen with their manifold links with foreign capital. It was, at least according to propaganda, as rationally planned as the small firm was supposed to be in the early phases of accumulation. It seemed to have imposed a pattern of austere equality on Russia, eliminating the sordid extravagance of monopoly capital, ending the waste and duplication of the search for private profit. In the 1930s, when the whole advanced bloc was smitten by a crisis some saw as fatal, Russia seemed to be the only embodiment of the pristine virtues of capitalism: discipline, order, energy, and drive. Above all, it was successful. It transformed Russia from a backward peasant society, from the mujik world, to an advanced industrial power that could lob missiles into space and challenge the imperialists of the world, all within a quarter of a century. The fact that the price of this remarkable progress was the barbarous exploitation of the Russian working class did not trouble ruling classes, actual or potential. It was the model of a new civilization, an experiment in utopian social organization. The dogmas of planning exercised fascination over those who aspired to form new independent ruling classes. For many of those struggling for independence, it was the discipline of a mass party, the instruments of dictatorship, and Stalin's version of democratic centralism, that excited admiration. Socialism became not a society of collective self-emancipation but a model of economic development. The irony would have struck Marx forcefully that the institutions of proletarian emancipation were converted by material backwardness into the mechanisms of intensified proletarian exploitation. The state which Marx and Lenin identified as the primary instrument of class rule had become supposedly the very essence of classlessness. However, the abstract lessons of Soviet development are of no value in tackling national accumulation and so securing national independence. 304. Unless there are social forces available and willing to implement the program. Marxists had argued that in the final analysis only two classes dominated modern capitalism: workers and employers. The private capitalists in backward countries would not collectively undertake a process, no matter how much it was objectively required, which involved their own liquidation. Workers similarly would have no interest in creating a system for their own increased exploitation. There was thus apparently no force with sufficient autonomy to identify the needs of national survival and carry them out in the face of the opposition of the existing classes. Social formations. The four classes identified by the Communist Party and the Comintern in Kuomintang, China did not exhaust the class spectrum. Indeed, by Marx's broad criteria, there were only three capitalists: workers and petite bourgeoisie. For Marx, petite bourgeoisie covered a vast heterogeneous group: peasant smallholders and their landless dependents, shopkeepers, independent artisans, small businessmen in the cities, small-town merchants, and capitalists. They had in common only an interest in the defense of small property or, in the case of the landless, an aspiration to own small property. It was a social position which stimulated an equal hostility to the large property owners and the demands of the concentrated propertyless, the working class. It was, for Marx, a doomed class. As capitalism developed, big business, through the logic of the market, would expropriate urban and rural small owners, driving the majority into the ranks of the proletariat. Nonetheless, before that occurred, political alternatives would be presented by this class: one's essentially reactionary opposition to advanced capitalism and in defense of pre-capitalist, or at least early capitalist, society. Because the petite bourgeoisie was opposed to the growth of capitalism in the interests of its own survival, it could come to champion a number of demands of workers. This was particularly true in the approach to a bourgeois revolution. It was in this light that Marx warned workers in Germany, still at that time a backward country, to draw a sharp line between their class interests and those of the democratic petite bourgeoisie. Since what he had to say is of much relevance to our theme, his words are quoted at some length. As far as the workers are concerned, it remains certain above all that they are to remain wage workers as before. The 305. Democratic petty bourgeoisie only desire better wages and a secure existence for the workers and hope to achieve this through partial employment by the state and through charity measures. In short, they hope to bribe the workers by more or less concealed alms and to break their revolutionary force by making their position tolerable for the moment. While the democratic petty bourgeoisie wish to bring the revolution to a conclusion as quickly as possible and with the achievement of most of the above demands, It is our interest and our task to make the revolution permanent, until all more or less possessing classes have been displaced from domination, until the proletariat has conquered state power, and the association of proletarians, not only in one country but in all the dominant countries of the world, has advanced so far that competition among the proletarians of these countries has ceased, and that at least the decisive productive forces are concentrated in the hands of the proletarians. At the present moment, when the democratic petty bourgeoisie are everywhere oppressed, they preach, in general, unity and reconciliation to the proletariat. They offer their hand and strive for the establishment of a large opposition party which will embrace all shades of opinion in the Democratic Party, i.e. they strive to involve the workers in a party organization in which general social democratic phrases predominate, behind which their special interests are concealed, and in which the particular demands of the proletariat may not be brought forward for the sake of beloved peace. Such a union would turn out solely to their benefit and altogether to the disadvantage of the proletariat. As soon as the victory has been decided, take possession of it for themselves, call upon the workers to maintain tranquility and return to their work, guard against so-called excesses and exclude the proletariat from the fruits of victory. 11. The passage has an uncanny relevance to the ascent to power of the Chinese Communist Party, even down to its opposition to excesses. But it is not applicable directly since, for Marx, the democratic petty bourgeoisie remained wedded to private property, even if they might make temporary concessions on the question of state ownership to induce worker support with the offer of public employment. The Chinese communists were not at all wedded to the private ownership of the means of production. The growth of large-scale concentrations of capital and of the state accompanied the attrition of the small owners of capital, and it was this that created the potential for a new social stratum. In the absence of 306 workers' control, large-scale production and control produces bureaucracy, the layered hierarchy of managerial supervision, public or private. Furthermore, the maintenance of labor productivity at very high and rising levels required the creation of vast new sectors of white-collar employment: teachers, health and medical workers, technical and research staff. In the 20th century, this stratum of employment has grown much more rapidly than manual occupations. In the period since the Second World War, most industrial countries have witnessed a relative decline in the proportion of the workforce in the strongholds of the old labor movement. The solitary master clerk with a handful of writers in the medium-sized business of a century ago has swollen into vast mass-production clerical grades, symbolized in the tower blocks of central ministries and giant companies. By its work, this new stratum is often collectively organized in large-scale units, unlike the petite bourgeoisie of the 19th century. Above all, it is propertyless. It has no more realistic opportunity to own part of the means of production than the manual working class. Objectively, it has nothing to sell but its labor power, although in some cases it has greater access to the control of part of the means of production. Objectively, such a stratum is part of the working class, but whether its members subjectively feel this depends upon the existence of a clear-cut working class alternative. Without that alternative, such a stratum is ambivalent, drawn towards, not private ownership, but the control of the means of production, and expansion in the role of the state, in its own employment and promotion. There is no difficulty in it being anti-capitalist, hostile to private ownership, but, on its own, it adopts the frontiers of the existing state as its own. It is nationalist. Late Tsarist Russia represents a transitional phase between the 19th century picture and the present. On the one hand, there was a majority petty bourgeoisie of the type Marx would have recognized: rural smallholders, merchants, etc. On the other, the massive Tsarist bureaucracy represented a force far more powerful than anything comparable in Germany 60 years earlier. Before the revolution, the Bolsheviks had no need to distinguish the two. Together, they represented a force liable to pull the party towards compromise with national power and capitalism. Lenin identified the contradictory quality of the old petty bourgeoisie with characteristic ruthlessness. The petty bourgeoisie, i.e. the vast mass of the barely awakened population of Russia, is groping blindly in the wake of the bourgeoisie, a captive to nationalist 307. Prejudices on the one hand, prodded into the revolution by the unparalleled horror and misery of war, the high cost of living, impoverishment, ruin and starvation, but on the other, glancing backward at every step towards the idea of the defense of the fatherland, towards the idea of Russia's state integrity, or towards the idea of small peasant prosperity to be achieved through a victory over Tsarism and over Germany, but without a victory over capitalism. 12. Indeed, he identified the accommodation of the party leadership to the provisional government in the spring of 1917 as an accommodation to the interests of the petty bourgeoisie. The failure of the revolution abroad, the destruction of the Russian working class in the Civil War, and finally the urgent need for industrialization and rearmament in the late 1920s were the basis of Stalin's transformation. The state was mobilized for accumulation, the needs of which impelled those who commanded the state, the bureaucratic petty bourgeoisie, to liquidate small rural property. The historical clash which filled the minds of the left, between the nationalist private capitalists and the internationalist workers, was refracted into a much narrower contest, between the small property owners and the bureaucratic stratum, between small capitalism and state capitalism. Sustained industrialization appeared to validate the change. In Asia, the appeals of communism attracted the same stratum, the propertyless middle class. The struggle to establish an independent state, to exclude foreigners from the competition for jobs in the civil service, loomed larger than talk of the small working classes emancipating the majority. Indeed, in its finished form, Stalinism was the most coherent expression of the most radical elements of the propertyless urban middle classes. Stalinism could only secure a popular following in peculiar circumstances. First, it required that the working class proper present no political alternative, the transformation of the Comintern ensured that. Second, that the private employers, dominated by the giant concentrations of capital abroad, did not provide an alternative nationalist political focus. Third, that the old petty bourgeoisie, the small property owners, were too weak or disunited to offer an alternative. In the majority of cases, the bureaucratic middle class could not mobilize sufficient independent power to establish its own unchallenged leadership. It was obliged to make concessions to entrenched interests, land, capital and small business, to prevent revolution. Thus it mortgaged its future power. 308. India provides an example of this loose coalition. Congress combined the interests of the old petite bourgeoisie, symbolized by the preeminent position of Gandhi. But it also gained support from Indian capitalists and landlords. Alongside these forces, the Congress Socialist Party and, outside Congress, the Communist Party competed to embody the interests of the bureaucratic middle class. The role of Pandit Nehru was to balance these competing forces, apparently in rhetoric leaning towards the bureaucratic class, but in behavior never deviating from the central line laid down by Gandhi. From the 1930s, the debate in Congress was on the surface between socialism and capitalism, but in practice it was between the majority segment of the petite bourgeoisie and the bureaucratic minority. 13. Egypt provides a different case. There was no lack of government bureaucracy there, the overwhelming majority of educated Egyptians were employed by the state, and some 46% of government expenditure was allocated to salaries before Nasser came to power. The drive to emancipate the state and thereby expel and keep at bay foreign powers which had historically frustrated all domestic attempts to sustain accumulation, came from within the bureaucracy itself and, in particular, from its military section. Nasser was able to accomplish considerable changes in ownership, to go some way to creating a stratified economy, before the combined effects of the war with Israel and the contracting world opportunities for accumulation closed in on the Egyptian economy. Neither India nor Egypt escaped the logic of backwardness. The new state capitalists developed as much a taste for high consumption as the private capitalists had, absorbing an increasing part of the surplus through corruption. They were compelled in conditions of relative stagnation to reach a new accommodation with both the old entrenched classes at home and the dominant foreign powers abroad. They had no instrument of power, extending throughout the society, obedient to the imperatives of accumulation. Congress was tied by the existing social structure. Military power in Egypt remained the prerogative of the old officer corps. Neither could raise the question of self-emancipation and create a popular force. The workers, lacking any class alternative, traded their political loyalty for alms, as Marx described it, measures of labor legislation and welfare for the minority of workers in large plants. How does this discussion relate to China? The switching of the points of history from the aspirations of 1917 to those of 1789 afflicted the Communist Party at just the moment when it found itself leading a genuine working class movement, between 1925 and 1927. There was no time to make a smooth adjustment. The contradiction between the interests of the new Russian ruling class and those of the Chinese working class wrecked the party, uprooting it from the traditions of the October Revolution. It was recreated, slowly and painfully, but only in isolation from the class it claimed to be leading. The task of the partisans would have been insupportable if they had been encumbered with the interests of an urban working class movement. The partisans were no more rooted in the peasants of the localities in which they operated, although they were dependent upon them for food supplies and manpower. The party was independent of the entrenched classes of China, the embodiment of a future national ruling class appropriate to the demands of national survival today. The experience of the Soviet Union in the 1930s illustrated that, if the Chinese Communists could only secure power, they could create an independent state. But it was a very long process, a protracted struggle, because the party insisted upon its independence, insisted on not leading the independent initiative of the exploited of China lest that jeopardize its own party freedom. Indeed, without the Japanese invasion, there is no certainty that it would have come to power at all. From the mid-1930s the leadership of the party oriented itself on the interests of the majority, what Mao called the middle class. His attitude to it is in striking contrast to that of Marx to the democratic petite bourgeoisie in Germany or that of Lenin to the Russian petite bourgeoisie. Chinese society is a society with two small heads and a large body. The proletariat and the big landlords and capitalists are minorities, and the broadest group is the middle class. If the policy of any political party does not look after the interests of the middle class, if the middle class does not gain its proper place, affairs cannot be well managed. 14. The party was oriented in this direction, but not subordinated. On the contrary, the orientation secured that it did not compromise its independence. Once in power, the party showed its ability to eliminate its erstwhile allies, the landlords, patriotic gentry and capitalists, and to limit the activities of small property owners. Its main task to accelerate accumulation was triumphantly accomplished in the early years. But China was more backward than Russia, and needed more time for development. It was not possible to eliminate the small property. 310. Owners without jeopardizing the security of the state. Each acceleration in the pace of accumulation prompted counteraction from both workers and peasants. The regime went into reverse, permitting the reappearance of the rich peasant economy, the old unregenerate smallholder. Indeed, in the rural areas the boundary between party and rich peasants tended to disappear. Then the party leadership, in alarm at the disintegration of its power, was compelled to purge or at least chastise the rural cadres, to try to reopen the gap between the bureaucratic and small-propertied middle classes. Throughout the shifts and zigzags of policy as the regime tried to propel China towards industrialization, none of the factions of the party challenged the need for rapid accumulation. The so-called left was distinguished by being ruthlessly devoted to accumulation, to the highest possible rate of exploitation. So far as Chinese workers were concerned, none of the factions raised the question of the abolition of the wages system, except as rhetorical play, much as Stalin promised one day the withering away of the state. Could this be seen as, in reality, building socialism? Only by ignoring the material reality, and seeing only the ideology. If Marxism is valid, if human thought is the product of material circumstances, Mao Zedong thought could not but reflect the material necessities of China, rather than independently reshaping China. It is claimed that Mao Zedong thought is no more than a contingent adjustment to Chinese circumstances, a sinification of Marxism. Yet if this is so, the materialist determination of thought must be false. The next chapter examines this question. 311. It is the mark of both religion and bourgeois thought that they deal in abstract principles, applicable independently of time and place. Marxism is by contrast historically specific. It offers principles covering all societies solely in terms of methods of analysis. In Russia, the different tactics of different phases of Bolshevik history became translated in Stalin's time into general principles, as if they were all equally applicable at any given moment. The selection of the principles and their interpretation remained the prerogative of the leadership. This was the Marxism the Chinese party embraced. Given the standards of the Comintern, whatever the party did had to be described in terms of the orthodoxy, with appropriate quotations from the sacred literature. As a result, the originality of much of what the party did is not reflected in its theory, and its theory provides little understanding of its practice. Practice is entirely determined by tactics, the tactics of the United Front, of armed struggle, of military conflict, and has no link with the claimed intellectual foundations. We can see the line between on the one hand Lenin's imperialism and state and revolution and Marx's capital and, on the other, the specific tactics pursued immediately after the October Revolution. No such sequence occurs in Mao's work. We do not need his modest foray into philosophy to understand party actions, and these works did not guide Mao's tactical responses, they offered a convenient rationalization after the event. 19. Mao Zedong thought. 313. Why was a theory important for Marxists? Because a particular class was identified as the self-conscious agency of revolution. Capitalism was dynamic, continually changing itself, the working class and all relationships. Today's truth became tomorrow's falsehood. Only through an account of the present position of a changing society, how it is changing, and its relationship to the rest of the world, does it become possible to identify the immediate interests of a class embracing millions of people, to predict how those interests are changing, and how they relate to the final aim of working class power. Such an exercise is never final nor foolproof, but it is necessary in order to identify what should be done in a context where there are many alternatives being offered simultaneously, some of them appearing very like workers' programs. The analysis makes possible a preliminary program in which the interests of workers as they see them at that moment can be fused to the final aim. Practice may show the identification to be wrong, lessons are learned, the program adjusted and theory corrected. Science and struggle are interrelated, shaping each other. However, if a party does not base itself upon the working class, such concerns are irrelevant. It is not necessary to outline a perspective nor to draw lessons in order to correct it. Failures can be attributed not to flawed analysis, but to poor morale or ideological deviation. The failure to draw lessons is one of the signs that the relationship between theory and practice has been broken. We have seen the most glaring examples of this in the Comintern's attitude to China between 1925 and 1927. In 1927, Bukharin, leader of the Comintern and expressing the views of the Soviet Communist Party, marked the change to the third period with a wildly inaccurate assessment. The period has also foreshadowed anew the greatest historical catastrophe. Between labor and capital, between the imperialist countries and the Soviet Union, there is about to be a tremendous struggle, a defiant resistance on worldwide scale by the oppressed masses of the people and the colonial areas. Such a great struggle is unprecedented in the history of mankind. 15. Now most predictions are borne out if we extend the time period long enough. The Second World War and the victory of the anti-colonial struggles would then vindicate Bukharin's prophecy. But he did not intend his prediction in that way. His prediction was the basis for immediate tactics of insurrection in the years 1927 to 31. In that light, he was wrong on all counts. Yet no one within the Comintern raised the question of this mistake for it. 314 was no longer possible to learn from it. The Comintern's perspectives were no longer grounded in a public analysis of the objective situation, they were a verbal reflex of the tactics pursued by the Russian leadership for purposes that could not be divulged lest they destroy the illusion of an international working-class movement. Analysis was now a decoration added after the tactics had been decided upon, or, in some cases, even carried out. In China, the basis of the party's power was its independent military forces and territory. As a result, the leadership was preoccupied with the tactics of survival against a militarily superior enemy. The program deteriorated into public relations work among a heterogeneous population, instead of galvanizing a class into independent action which would discipline the party through its experience. Mao had no need to undertake the sort of theoretical work which Lenin accomplished. His survival did not depend on understanding China and the world, only on understanding the military potential of the districts in which the Red Army operated. This experience, in conjunction with what was learned from Russia, is the origin of the peculiar elitism in the party's attitude. The people become no more than the water in which the communist fish swim. Without a people's army, the people have nothing. It is the source of the idealism apparent in Mao Zedong thought morale, Elah, consciousness, so vital for the small partisan bands, are the decisive historical factors, not the contradiction between the productive forces and the social relations of production. Men are not the slaves of objective reality. Provided only that man's consciousness be in conformity with the objective law of the development of things, the subjective activity of the popular masses can manifest itself in full measure, overcome all difficulties, create the necessary conditions, and carry forward the revolution. In this sense, the subjective creates the objective. 16. The objective law apparently lacks all necessity, because if it were necessary, it would be impossible not to act in conformity with it. In any case, what is it? Since no acknowledgement is made that the degree of necessity varies with the degree of development of the material forces, we are left with an abstract principle regardless of material circumstances. The subjective can create the objective, the exact opposite of Marx's contention. Mao pursued this logic to its conclusion. Propaganda and education, methods of changing consciousness, not the material forces of production, are the key factors in revolution and economic development. First and foremost, create public opinion and seize power. Then resolve the question of ownership. Later, develop the productive forces to a large extent. This in general is the rule. 17. But how are the educators to be educated? How does the correct Marxist-Leninist leadership itself acquire its consciousness, so making itself independent of the society concerned, and how does it prevent that consciousness from reflecting the material reality of society? If Marx turned Hegel on his head, Stalin and Mao reversed Marx's posture, there are paradoxical results. Lenin understood that it was easier for a minority to secure a following in a backward society than in an advanced one, easier to manipulate a dispersed peasantry than a concentrated working class, but backwardness meant also that the material base for a socialist society did not exist, so that socialism could not be achieved in an isolated Russia. But Mao reverses this. Lenin said, the more backward the country, the more difficult its transition from capitalism to socialism. Now it seems that this way of speaking is incorrect. As a matter of fact, the more backward the economy, the easier, not the more difficult, the transition from capitalism to socialism. The poorer they are, the more people want revolution. After the revolution has borne fruit, boosting mechanization further should present no serious problems. The important question is remolding of the people. 18. Whereas for Lenin, the materialist, material backwardness was the most threatening obstacle to the realization of freedom, for Mao, the backwardness of consciousness made all things possible. If objective reality is open to any changes consciousness determines, there is no necessary division of labor, determined by the degree of backwardness. The great differences within society. Mao's three differences can be overcome if consciousness can be molded appropriately. Compare Engels' assessment of class differences and the possibility of ending them. Only at a certain level of development of the productive forces of society, an even very high level for our modern conditions, does it become possible to raise production to such an extent that the abolition of class distinctions can be real progress, can be lasting without bringing about stagnation or even a decline in the mode of social production. But the productive forces have reached this level of development only in the hands of the bourgeoisie. The bourgeoisie, therefore, in this respect, is just as necessary a precondition of the socialist revolution as the proletariat itself. Hence a man who will say that this revolution can be more easily carried out in a country, because although it has no proletariat, it has no bourgeoisie either, only proves that he has still to learn the ABC of socialism. 19. 316. In the Cultural Revolution, Mao at no stage measured the aim, the abolition of the three great differences, against the material conditions of China, nor would he have even seen the need to do so. The division of labor, in Marx's writings, is impelled and sustained by the nature of production, and in turn provides the basis for objective social classes. But in Mao's work, the word classes confuses class, strata, occupation, political attitudes, all dissolving into the people. Workers, peasants, urban petit bourgeois elements, patriotic intellectuals, patriotic capitalists, and other patriots, comprise more than 95% of the whole country's population. Under our people's democratic dictatorship, all of these come under the classification of the people. 20. Mao uses the terms proletariat, peasant, capitalist in a similarly loose fashion. The terms do not refer to objective categories, to different relationships to the means of production, but to political attitudes, degrees of support for the Communist Party. Consider his casual identification of the class character of the Chinese state, and compare Lenin's careful description of the Russian state, to practice democracy among the people and to practice dictatorship over the enemies. These two aspects are inseparable. When these two aspects are combined, this is then proletarian dictatorship, or it may be called people's dictatorship. 21. The class character of the state is not determined by its relationship to class any more than the party's class character is, it is determined by the method of describing what it does. Thus, the dictatorship of the proletariat can arrive in 1956, ending the new democracy, somehow disappear along the way, and then become the prize in the Cultural Revolution. Nothing happened in terms of the structure of class power, even if, by 1956, the juridical forms had been changed. The use of the terms was so careless it was clearly a matter of no great importance. If classes are no longer defined by their relationship to the means of production, class struggle is not what participants in the production process do. Left to themselves, the producers are capable only of selfish, sectional attitudes, given to excesses, to economism. Only the party can see their long-term interests, for ultimately only the party and, in a faction fight, only Mao's following is the proletariat. Class struggle is what the party does whether in the revolution or, afterwards, in a purge. We have already noted an example of this in Mao's 1963 observation. We have not had a class struggle for 10 years. We had one in 1952 and one in 1957, but these were just in the administrative organs and in the schools. 22. Class struggle is something you have, like a bath or a drink or a hobby. Man's social practice is not confined to activity in production, but takes many other forms: class struggle, political life, scientific and artistic pursuits. 23. Since the workers cannot be one until after the revolution, the proletariat must be something other than workers. The class struggle in the Marxist sense is not the basis of the seizure of state power, it is at best a side issue. The main role of workers before the victory of the party is to volunteer to work in the liberated areas, to send supplies, to leave the workplace. The party needs no organic link with workers. Workers do not need to play a specific role in the party does not need a program embodying the class interests of workers, it needs only military manpower and production to support it. This was the source of the party's program for mild social reform before 1949. The party reserved the expropriation of capitalists or landlords not for structural change of Chinese society, but as a punishment for the unpatriotic. Because there is no objective basis for classes and class struggle in Mao's writing, the essence of the ideas of necessity and contradiction disappears. Contradictions are now no more than problems the government must overcome. In Marx, contradictions can be understood, but cannot be resolved without entirely transforming the production base from which the contradictions flow. But in Mao's case, workers, if left to themselves, become selfish because they get more money than peasants, so they have to be educated out of a situation where they might contradict the long-term aims of the proletariat. Mao, the legislator, ordains what is to be done about contradictions. The contradiction between exploiter and exploited, which exists between the national bourgeoisie and the working class, is an antagonistic one. But, in the concrete conditions existing in China today, such an antagonistic contradiction, if properly handled, can be transformed into a non-antagonistic one and resolved in a peaceful way. 24. Where classes exist without class struggle, and class struggle without classes, everything, even contradictions, are negotiable, a matter of the right public relations. In party history, the past is not the result of the collisions in the material basis of Chinese society and how the party related to them, it is an account of the struggle between the correct line. 318 and ideological deviations. The deviations are vaguely attributed to alien social forces, but the attribution is only an embellishment, not an explanation. The Kuomintang loses any specificity at one time, respected ally, at another, main enemy, and yet again, an ally. Apparently, only an erratic moral turpitude in Chiang Kai-shek separates the phases. The Kuomintang is the bourgeoisie when the alliance is secure, so its behavior indicates what the bourgeoisie believes, just as the Communist Party's actions indicate what the proletariat believes. The scrabble of political fragments has completely eliminated the social structure. Just as the Communist Party cannot explain why it exists, what its foundation in the peculiar material reality of China is, so it cannot explain the source of its ideology, which is what supposedly distinguishes it. Mao's innocence in this respect is charming. He justifies Marxism in the following fashion. Since the feudal class has a feudal doctrine, the bourgeoisie a capitalist doctrine, the Buddhists Buddhism, the Christians Christianity and the peasants polytheism, and since in recent years some people have also advocated Kemalism, fascism, vitalism, the doctrine of distribution according to labor and whatnot, why then cannot the proletariat have its communism? 25. After all, if other people have their eccentric notions, it is only fair that we should have ours. In general, Mao does not seek to explain or justify his tactics, he decrees them, embellishing his account with such concepts as will put his proposals beyond dispute. Consider his account of the difference between Russian and Chinese revolutionary experience. The Chinese bourgeoisie differs from the bourgeoisie of old Tsarist Russia. Since Tsarist Russia was a military feudal imperialism which carried on aggression against other countries, the Russian bourgeoisie was entirely lacking in revolutionary quality. There, the task of the proletariat was to oppose the bourgeoisie, not to unite with it. But China's national bourgeoisie has a revolutionary quality at certain periods and to a certain degree, because China is a colonial and semi-colonial country which is a victim of aggression. Here, the task of the proletariat is to form a united front with the national bourgeoisie against imperialism and the bureaucrat and warlord governments without overlooking its revolutionary quality. 26. The case does not stand serious examination. The terms, military feudal imperialism, colonial and semi-colonial are there to block further examination, to seal off the Case from questions as to why the Russian bourgeoisie showed this curiously different response to the Chinese. We are not meant to take the history seriously, only the tactical line. The history is false. The Russian bourgeoisie was possibly more revolutionary than the Chinese in the 1870s and in 1905. It could equally be argued that the Chinese bourgeoisie was weaker than the Russian and therefore more dependent upon foreign interests and easier to eliminate. It was more necessary to do so since, because of its relative weakness, it was more easily used as the tool of foreign powers. In sum, Mao Zedong thought is a return to pre-Marxist doctrines of socialism and to philosophical idealism. In the beginning was the word, and the word. The correct Marxist-Leninist line was with the Communist Party, or, in certain circumstances, with Mao alone. The elite, defined both by its possession of the word and its exemplary spiritual character, will emancipate the majority, lift them and enlighten them. All the problems are in the area of doctrine, arising from those who misinterpret or neglect the doctrine and thereby become the prey of other alien forces. Mao does not refashion Marxism, he merely uses the terminology to express something quite different, something which contradicts it. As a result, Mao Zedong thought can scarcely even count as a form of revisionism since it does not revise, it ignores. Pre-Marxist socialism. Some of the key ideas of Mao Zedong thought take up much older themes than those of Marxism. Mao did not copy the pre-Marxists, there was no opportunity for him to acquire a knowledge of them, but a comparable material context reproduced similar ideas, especially given the loose theoretical approach of the Chinese party. The sans-culottes, some of the most radical participants in the French Revolution, argued for some of the same things as the Red Guards. They also aspired to equality of consumption without understanding the relationship of income to the organization of production. They also had no real sense of class divisions based upon the process of production. The people, a word which is neither defined nor analyzed, it is as if the nation in its entirety had been molded into one mythical person, was identified not by a position within an objective social structure, but by an attitude of patriotism, failing to define their place. 320. In society as a working population, the sans-culottes had no clear and precise idea of the nature of labor itself. They did not appreciate that it had a social function of its own, they only considered it in relationship to property. To be a patriot, a republican, was not to occupy an objective class position, but to exhibit the right political responses and live, at least in externals, with austerity and humility. The sans-culottes could not endure pride or disdain, since these feelings were thought to be typically aristocratic and contrary to the spirit of fraternity which should reign among citizens equal in rights. Such personal defects are frequently mentioned in the reports justifying the arrest of suspects. Expropriation of property was a punishment for moral failure, not a method of changing the structure of society regardless of the moral status of the propertied. Furthermore, the sans-culottes never relinquished hope that the propertied might join the cause, regardless of what they owned. The frustration and resentment revealed by the sans-culottes at their failure to convert these citizens for the revolutionary cause only emphasizes their sincere desire for unity, and their inability to grasp the true nature of class differences. Insouciants were arrested not so much on account of their social standing, but as a result of their political behavior. Their search for unity, transcending class barriers, underlines the utopian aspect of their political and social aspirations. 27. The economic interests and political aspirations of the revolutionaries diverged. In the winter of 1793-4, when the revolutionary government failed to keep Paris adequately supplied with grain, there were strikes for increased wages. The local committees of the revolution declared such action illegal. In China, strikes against the abolition of overtime pay were economist. The artisans could not, according to the regime, know their own true interests. However, there are important differences between France in the late 18th century and present-day China. Then the pressure of the world was trivial in comparison to its unremitting influence today. The revolutionaries could afford, even if only briefly, the most extreme demands for freedom in all matters. No mass party encompassed France, balancing, as the Communist Party in the Cultural Revolution, between the contradictory demands of defending state power and winning mass loyalty. The revolutionary leaders in France had less ability to control the movement, so that the revolution was much more given to excesses. In the Terror, the guillotine cut swathes through the rich to feed and clothe the poor, establishing an image of revolution to disturb the sleep of the rich of Europe for decades to come. Some of the militants urged that the guillotine should not just stand on every street corner, it should accompany the army as it went about the countryside to persuade the farmers to sell their grain. In the autumn of 1793 the National Convention decreed that all that part that was inhabited by the rich shall be demolished, only the houses of the poor and the homes of good patriots, those who have been murdered or outlawed, shall be left standing. 28 The leadership of the revolution as in China endeavored to rouse and sustain support by helping the poor, but did not encourage them to help themselves, let alone run society. In France, when the only organized and armed force, the state, asserted itself, the sans-culottes were wiped out. The mass organizations, the section assemblies, were converted into the paid agents of the government. In the same way, the mass organizations of China in 1966-7 were absorbed into revolutionary committees, the backbone of which was the PLA, and then finally taken over by the rehabilitated party. Through much of the 19th century, what Marx called utopian socialism repeated themes which recur in contemporary China: the hostility to the cities, the demand that the urban working class should return to the land, forming self-sufficient agrarian industrial communities which, it was thought, would prevent the growth of hierarchical organization, bureaucracy, and a specialized division of labor, and ensure all-round educational development in manual labor. Marx regarded such ideas as fantasies, forms of reactionary opposition to the necessary centralization of capital and the development of a specialized division of labor, without which abundance would never occur and so the possibility of socialism. As Lenin put it, the separation of town from country, their opposition, and the exploitation of the countryside by the town, universal concomitants of developing capitalism, only sentimental romantics can bewail this. Scientific theory, on the contrary, points to the progressive aspect given to this contradiction by large-scale industrial capital. 29 For Marx, one advantage of capitalism was that it rescued a considerable part of the population from the idiocy of rural life. Equality could not be based for very long on a common sharing of poverty, a moral ideal of ascetic self-denial, only upon the full development of the means of production, ensuring all had access to abundance. For those, however, whose income is not in doubt, it becomes possible to 322 play with ideas of socialism without troubling about the material base. The utopians were speculative, and while in some areas influential, for example, through Ebenezer Howard, on the traditions of town planning, and conceptions of garden cities and new towns, they in no way deflected the development of capitalism. The same is true in China. While Mao was clearly excited during the Great Leap Forward and the Cultural Revolution, years of warfare and struggle grounded his final views in the bedrock of reality, the supreme need for accumulation. That determined the approach of tolerating the real inequality of income generated by the need for accumulation while sporadically attacking the symptoms of inequality. Utopian socialism was the decorative form of the process, not its essence. Marxism did not, then, remain intact in an isolated backward China. It could only have done so if linked to an international class which sustained the theory. Confined to China and even there isolated from its claimed foundation, Chinese workers, it could not fail to become false consciousness, an ideological rationale concealing purposes other than those expressed in the rhetoric. It was fortunate, for Marxism in its original form would have been an insuperable obstacle to achieving what the party aimed for, a new and powerful Chinese state. Through the trappings of Marxist argon, the essentials of 19th-century radical nationalism reappeared to justify the role of a new class. The Chinese Revolution was not betrayed. The communists in the 1930s did not propose the self-emancipation of the working class. Mao did not set out with the aims of 1917, but with the target of national liberation. In the Comintern's original scheme, national liberation forces were to ally with the main force, the European proletariat, just as the Russian workers were to lead the peasants. The interests of each were different: for national liberation and an international workers' republic on the one hand, for nationalized property and small peasant private property on the other. Yet without an alliance, each force would lose. By Mao's time, the distinction between national and international liberation had been entirely lost. Indeed, the first had entirely swallowed the second. Nonetheless, national liberation was a great step forward for China, even if it was entirely different from the aims of the 1917 Russian Revolution. Stalin's transformation of the purpose of the Russian Communist Party, by contrast, was a major retreat from the ambitions of 1917. National independence was the precondition for the survival of China as a national society. Given the real alternatives in the 1930s in China, given the Comintern's destruction of any serious world workers' alternative, there was little option. Mao settled for the 20th century's version of the bourgeois revolution, for the emancipation of the productive forces. The story is not done. For the survival of the Chinese Communist Party now depends upon securing that continued process of accelerating capital accumulation which will build the material base appropriate to China's national independence. The effectiveness of the party depends upon its ability to transmit to China the imperatives of the present stage of the world's means of production, and to organize the Chinese people in the form most appropriate. 40 years ago, in the Soviet Union, with world capitalism in disarray around it, that meant full state ownership of the means of production, planning, and the militarization of society, a far cry from what was appropriate in France in the late 18th century. The People's Republic has gone a considerable way to achieving as close a parallel as it can to this in the cities. The importance of the PLA as the model for Chinese society is much greater, indeed, than the Red Army was in the Soviet Union. But China's vast countryside remains outside, uncolonized. Accumulation has proceeded rapidly, but whereas in Russia this led to a steady decline in the rural and agricultural proportion of the population, in China it has had in this respect only a slight effect. Accumulation is possible, but it does not now produce the socialization of the labor force. It appears that state ownership by itself is no longer enough to combat the power of the advanced concentrations of capital. The terms on which the competition are waged have changed. Indeed, it now seems that the aim of an independent developed national economy has become utopian. The material basis for China's national independence can be no more than an industrial enclave. In conditions of world growth, the problem is concealed. The backward countries, including China, were swept along, albeit at a relatively declining pace. But now, as the system enters stagnation, it becomes apparent that national power is the obstacle to the further growth of an international means of production, to feeding the mass of the world's population. The condition of China's national survival becomes an international revolution. We have endeavored to trace the course of the class politics of the Chinese Communist Party during its period in power. We noted in its earlier history how a decisive change took place in the second half of the 1920s. The ensuing politics were the result of the interaction of the changed aims of the Communist International and the needs of material survival imposed upon the party by operating as partisans in a backward rural area. In those years, a transition was made from Lenin's conception of an alliance between the proletariat of the advanced capitalist countries and the national liberation struggles of Asia, to the national liberation struggles as a complete substitute for the proletariat. The teeth of class war and internationalism were drawn. Nonetheless, the party retained a tenacity, courage, and honesty which, when the Japanese invaded China, enabled it to champion the immediate demands of Chinese national independence. It was thus as a nationalist party, not a working-class party, that it was able to win power. It was in the same vein that it established order and began the reconstruction of the Chinese economy. Its aim, the building of a powerful modern state, remained consistent throughout the years of the People's Republic, even though from time to time it was compelled by objective circumstances to meet some of the demands of the mass of the population, through whose exploitation the state was built. The Chinese Revolution was a spectacular triumph. It represented not only a defeat for the corrupt ruling order of China and its foreign backers, but an retrospect. 327 Port unity to purge the country of the errors of the past and begin its social transformation. By the act of ending endemic famine, it was a major step forward for mankind. It is by these criteria that the Chinese Communist Party exercises political influence in the mass of the backward countries. There, the legacy of colonial domination continues even though its political forms have changed. But the conditions which made possible the rise of the party to power in the 1930s, the destruction of a workers' alternative through the emasculation of the Comintern, the withdrawal of workers in the main from independent political action are changing. The world is entering a new period, and already there is abundant evidence of a reassertion of working class action. It is not the creation of those who call themselves socialist, but the byproduct of a prolonged crisis in world capitalism. If the class struggle revives, the old issues of its relationship to national liberation will reappear. For the mass of backward countries, only the establishment of an economically independent state can ward off the depredations of Western capitalism. In a similar way, the peasant war aimed to establish, not the common ownership of land, but the equal sharing of land. The Bolsheviks recognized that neither independent states nor the equal sharing of land could ultimately overcome the threat posed by world capitalism. Nonetheless, the workers' revolt in Russia needed a peasant war to succeed, and, it was argued, the world proletariat needed the struggle for national liberation to succeed. The alliance was not the union of those who agreed on the entirety of each other's program, but simply those who agreed on the limited end of the overthrow of the system. The peoples of the backward countries, and the peasants of Russia, had the right to learn their own lessons. They could be compelled to adopt the Bolshevik standpoint only at the cost of the struggle for universal freedom. Discrimination between the aims of different social forces became lost. National liberation and land reform came to mean socialism itself, not steps along the road towards it. In the Chinese case, the change from the aims of international workers' emancipation in the early 1920s to those of national liberation in the 1930s was not a pragmatic adjustment to a particular Chinese reality. That interpretation takes for granted that the basic reality is the nation, when the nation itself has been identified only by a world order. The change embodied a fundamental shift. Marx was turned on his head, just as he had claimed to put Hegel on his feet. Mao Zedong. 328. Thought is a form of philosophical idealism, not dialectical materialism. For the self-emancipation of the majority it substitutes a romantic conception of socialism, incapable of realization except through its contradiction, a bureaucratic nationalist state. The change was not a mistake. It was the result of events, the changes in Russia and China. Mao awaited no theory, he made a revolution, knocking together a rationale as he proceeded, borrowing on the cultural flotsam of the Chinese and Western intelligentsia. He did not fight within the Communist International for an alternative strategy, for he had none. His path to power required the ideological symbols of the October Revolution, so he employed the phrases, for example, the working class, but emptied of all content. As he bent China's social reality to his task, so also he bent the ideology into a shape appropriate. Men, not ideas, made his world. The change would ordinarily be of no more than pedantic interest. But as the world enters a new period of history, the old issues surface once more. Capitalism can no longer guarantee to meet the modest ambitions of the majority. Indeed, it can no longer keep alive a section of its slaves. Famine will become an increasing threat. Workers in many countries have reacted on a scale not seen for decades. The central issue of universal freedom, of using the massive productivity of the world system to meet the needs of all, again appears. In such a context, the rhetoric of the Chinese Communist Party becomes more than an eccentricity. It becomes a political alternative. But it is one of a peculiar kind, that simultaneously offers world revolution in words, but an accommodation to the world order in fact, achieved through local alliances with existing ruling classes against social fascism. It sacrifices class parties to the creation of sects, armed or not. Mao Zedong thought plays an objective role, regardless of the subjective intentions of those who adhere to it, the strengthening of a world order, not the creation of an international alternative order. Mao Zedong thought is tested, not by its quotations, but by reality, the reality of Hangzhou in 1975 or Bangladesh in 1971. Faced with such a test, Beijing invariably defends its interests as a national ruling class. It is, in its own parlance, reactionary, defending its place in a world order of national ruling classes, sacrificing the interest of the majority to the maintenance of its own position as a class. The prospects of working people once more contesting for power against the system are now greater than at any time since the 1920s. Nowhere is this more true than in the oppressed nations, the economically backward countries. But the influence of the Chinese road to socialism will again frustrate that revolutionary potential if it is permitted to do so. That would secure the world for imperialism once again. The freedom and, indeed, the feeding of the majority will then have been sacrificed to the safeguarding of the privileged interests of those who command the states of the world.